I should be up and running in just a minute here. This is a highly dubious streaming decision, let's say, um, but it's something I really wanted to do because basically, Industries of Titan came out on Steam today. I had some YouTube videos that I wanted to put up on. I had some YouTube videos I wanted to put up in honor of Titan coming out on Monday, today, and I ran out of time. So here it is. It's those of you who've been waiting to enjoy this game are now able to get it in early access on Steam. Brace Yourself is actually currently streaming the game both on Steam as well as their channel. So I think there's a lot of fun stuff that they've been doing. But it's my usual streaming time, and I was really at odds as to whether or not I should do more Stellaris or Industries of Titan. But I don't really think that a break in Titan would hurt. Sorry, a break to Stellaris would hurt. So, there's a cost to this, right? If I wanted the views, I probably would do Stellaris. But if I want to celebrate a game that I've really enjoyed over the last year and a bit, I wanted to do my part in terms of the Industries of Titan launch. So for those of you who are looking for Galactic Domination, that's going to be coming next week. And for those of you who just want to hear me talk over a fun game, tonight is your night. So I'm taking a minute here. I wanted to take a minute to build up the game because there's a new intro cinematic to this, which I think is really good. So hopefully that'll load up in just a second.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
So there are so many details that I love about that opening cinematic. It's oh God, it's so good. And it's everything from, the sort of Blade Runner inspired, images, the contrast between the advertising and the reality of Titan, the type of person who will succeed, what these ambitions are built on. It's just so good. So yeah, we've been here before. There's a funny thing that happened. Every once in a while in a video, there'll be someone who leaves a comment as the gameplay starts at 45 minutes in. You'll thank me later. I'm like, I'm still going to read the roadmap. I'm still going to do the patch notes. But as it happens, in this case here, there's a few changes, but if you'll notice, a lot of them are not really, not a lot of them are really gameplay oriented. It's a ton of new voiceover. And there are, until a ship with citizens is purchased, the first migrant ship lane will always have 4 migrants to allow easier tutorial completion. Oh, that's a really smart change. I'm not actually going to do the tutorial. But yeah, with that in mind, no patch notes this time, because in the end, this isn't really a big update. This is an update for the release on Steam. And of course, this is the occasion I want to mark. Obviously, I have been playing this game for a while, thanks to a key that Brace Yourself Games gave me. I am incredibly happy that they did that, because this game is really right up my alley. And I know a lot of you have been saying that this is a game that you want, but for what, whether because you just dislike the Epic Store or because you would prefer to have the game on Steam, you've been holding off picking it up. Well, if you want to play it in early access, now is the time. It's basically available on all your favorite storefronts. Well, not all. I mean, if you're one of those people who only wants GOG, I think you're probably going to be disappointed. But if you've been waiting for this to be available somewhere other than Epic, now's the time. Obviously, this game is still in development. It gets a major update every month, and it's completely understandable if people want to wait to see how some of the more in-depth systems have come in. But this is why I'm streaming it today. We'll be back to Stellaris next week. And because there is an update to the roadmap, I just wanted to take a quick moment to just talk about what we're looking forward to before jumping into the game. So new discovery, inert ruins, new map locations, and September anomalous sources. So artifact patches. This is actually going to be really interesting. Monument Research Center. Obsidian ruins. I have no idea what those are. Large ruins. Okay. I actually really like the changes to the map that came from sort of just the variety that came from the large buildings. And then in October, so this is a little bit ways out, Secrets of the Artifact Science Lab, which is a new building, spend artifacts to unlock new technologies, and the tech tree. This, I think, is something I'm really, really looking forward to, because right now there's only a few things that you can use artifacts for. And I've certainly, I think the way the game has changed over time, I'm actually starting to notice in terms of credits, artifacts, and whatnot, I don't always have as much slack as I used to. And so I like that. But in the end, like the red artifacts, there's only been so much that you can really do with them. And they've sort of been teasing what some of the plans for artifacts are for a while. And the fact that you can sort of see, it's not just that there's this roadmap here, but you can see the roadmap all pointing towards this big change here. And I think this is, I'm really interested to see what things are going to be like when I play in October. Of course, we'll be playing many, many more times before then. But yeah, there's actually some new stuff in here, including that cinematic. I was over the moon when I first saw it. And we're going to jump into a new game. Now, unfortunately, with this patch, it did give a note saying that there, like the little warning about old patches. So I know we had started a hard and a interesting. I'm going to have to see what I can do about that. I was actually hoping I could maybe do a time contract, but we'll save that for later. I am going to do hard difficulty again. Rebel spawn more often, rebel spawn with more strength, destroyed buildings return fewer resources, and destroyed buildings generate more waste. And then we are going to do the really aggressive start, but it is going to be a challenge. Now, one thing I need to acknowledge with this stream, chances are if you're watching on YouTube, you've already probably passed over because, let's face it, 10 minutes is a long time to wait. But I am going to try and be a little more granular in covering some of the details that I have. I do intend to put more tutorial-ish content. I actually already have a video which is sort of about getting you up to speed in terms of Titan, but I think there's better stuff that I can do. So this isn't going to be a full-on tutorial playthrough, but on the chance that there are people who haven't seen this game before and are interested as a result of the launch, I'm going to do my best to be a little bit more specific in terms of certain actions that I'm taking. But this is actually going to be a really challenging map for me to deal with, so I may kind of get stuck in my own head for a little bit. So we're playing as the Landfallers. It's the only faction in the game right now. There will be more added. And as the Titan gold rush ramped up, many startups and corporations from Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt have scrambled to snap up ruin-rich land and start their own urban businesses. The Landfallers faction is this swirling, leaderless group of striving hopefuls from across the system. They're people who dreamed big and have probably tasted failure. They also share a common hyper-capitalist culture. Landfallers are motivated by their perilous position and the powerful rewards of success. Every once in a while, these ventures can be incredibly successful. A few are already on their way to becoming full-fledged factions on Titan. Will you be the one who leads them to system dominance? All right, so we've got the custom location at some point I'd really like to try. But in this case, I'm going to do Ruthless Opportunity. So if you're first playing the game, I highly recommend Standard Investment. I want to do Ruthless Opportunity because of the way that they've changed Influence. And the fact that it's on hard now is going to make this like a real challenge. So I want to see if I can rise to the occasion or if I'll be just ground into powder by Bahar, who now has some voice acting. So very high recesses, very low rocks, very low lakes, very high crevices, very high rebel camps. The most lucrative parts of Titan are also the most dangerous. Only the strongest will be able to protect their cities here. The rest will crumble into the crevices. So in this case, we're given every opportunity to succeed, but there are, that opportunity is also equal to our rivals. And certainly the rebels can become very entrenched very quickly on this one, I've noticed. All right. So let's call this, what do we want to call it? I like doing the randoms. Vesta Alliance, all right. That's close to a V. And we're going to go in. I'm definitely not going to do hardcore mode. I'm not going to enable the tutorial this time because I feel like I took a lot of time doing the tutorial. And given the fact that the rebels are still building up their forces as I'm doing the tutorial, probably not the best to just sort of leave things aside. I'm also going to try a few different approaches. So I've been very fixed in trying to get these like hyper efficient factories up and running and like build once. I'm also going to try and be a little bit more willing to sort of build up and dismantle all sorts of different buildings over time. I'm going to try and make sure that I'm always moving towards a particular goal. All right, thanks to the high demand for custom ship designs, aeronautical engineers are one of Titan's most prestigious careers. They are followed closely by test pilots, though given the high mortality rate, it's difficult to call that role a career. I didn't make any tea or water. All right, we'll power through.
Founder, the Council is glad to see you. We have significant investments riding on your success. I hope you'll live up to our expectations.
Okay, so I'm going to try and make the most of every opportunity I've got. So here we are. We've already got a mineral node in our... Oh, actually, we can see both the mineral and the isotopes, so we are in great shape there. It does invite a question in terms of where I want to put my residential areas. I think probably the overall plan is going to be something like this: build a mine, connect the two by a road. We'll have a smokestack somewhere here because, of course, it's close to all of this zethane, and then our residential areas are going to be over here. So it's keeping the pollution far away. One thing that's maybe not so great is that there's the council hall and the spaceport, which are close to my residential areas. But I think overall, I think we can even see the livability right now. Oh, interesting. So yeah, the council hall is a pretty big drag. All right, well, where else are they going to live, right? They'll live where I tell them to. So the other thing I like to do is start off with a bunch of ruins. Now, we got very lucky with this crevice here, so it's going to be trivial to take care of the our fuel needs at the start. In fact, I might, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get away with starting with a fuel turbine, but we're going to build that nice and early. And I might even dismantle the original fuel turbine I built in my headquarters, just because this is a gift. All right, so I probably did this wrong. I should I'll start by prioritizing these, because I think I did the order wrong. All right, here we go. And in fact, let's get started on... I think I'm going to start with a minerals patch. So I am technically losing a worker already off of this, but it's nice to have just a constant flow of minerals. So again, because this is all about sort of making the most of the opportunity that you've been given, one of the things I want to make sure is that my workers are constantly working on stuff that I'm always building up. I want to make sure that I have things like a spaceport, and I want to be ready to take on the rebels at a moment's notice. And again, that will mean, if I need to trade to get something, I basically don't want idle workers. I don't want to be waiting for resources. I want to be really just kind of breathing down my workers' throats, making sure that they're getting me what I need. Okay, so we've got a pretty good endowment of materials. So again, I'll prioritize these just to make sure that that these are being worked down. And again, as I get influence, so one of the things I want to be focusing on, I think the best I can tell, here's the speed in which you can get different resources. So ruins will be the fastest way to get to get things like minerals and isotopes. Picking them off the ground is the next best. In fact, you can make a mine to collect from the patches here. I just don't think, I'm not really in a point where I can afford all of that. And then finally extracting them from the mineral node. So I actually don't need to worry about expanding to these mineral nodes and such until... Hey, Olaf, how you doing? I don't actually need to worry about expanding to the mineral node and the isotopes until I've actually picked up everything off the ground. But what I'm doing is I'm sort of laying the foundation for what the next few turns are going to be in terms of expansion. And again, I want to be collecting these minerals as early as possible. In fact, I'm going to dedicate one person to moving minerals because apparently we've got 50 jobs on the ground right now, and it would be good if I can start building up the the container, whatever I'm supposed to call it. So I'm sure you've noticed, Olaf, this is different than my usual Monday game, but this did come out on Steam today, so I thought I would celebrate with the Brace Yourself people. I'm really tired today, but I'm doing my best to kind of put a brave face on it and move forward. But I don't know. I feel like I got some good stuff done today. I'm buying up some. I'm kind of working out my future plans here. So again, I have a crevice here. If I can get a lot of fuel, it makes sense to build an energy plant immediately afterwards. Now we're gonna have to refine my resources before I can make that happen. But again, I'm in good shape as far as fuel and energy are concerned. Really, the question is going to be how I can cram all of my industry in this area. So this is why I want to be conscious of things like how much influence I have. So right now I can get 9 minerals, or I can get 3. So this is the better of the two options. Actually, better still, 4 and 6. So that's a lot of isotopes. I don't really need isotopes right now, but it wouldn't hurt. So let's claim that and salvage it. I'll set that as a priority. So again, we've got a dedicated worker on picking up the minerals. We've got a bunch of people checking out the ruins. That'll eventually be taken care of. And one of the things after I'm done sort of extracting the ruins is I want to get as many people picking up stuff off the ground as I can and refining them. What else do I want to buy? I've got 2 more credits, so I might go for an early road. Now, you know what? Shipyard and a defense turret, for starters. So, of course, I'm denying myself the opportunity to build more workers, but I'm going to counteract that by investing in a workforce much earlier than I normally would. Okay. Hopefully we're at a point where I can build a large storage container. Eventually I'll dismantle that. And while my workers are doing their thing, I just want to get a read. So this is a pretty good ruin to pick up. So that's 2 for 7. That's not all that exciting. Yeah, so as far as raw resources are concerned, this one, and that's a level 2, so yeah, this is my only real other option once I get up to 10. Yeah, I'm generally okay with how this is working out right now. I'll dismantle the storage container when I can, and I'll do my usual build up where I have like a fuel fabricator and a a large generator and such. But again, I'll probably take out the fuel fabricator for the simple reason that this, like the Zethane extractor here, is going to just completely suck all the Zethane out of what the headquarters will get. So instead, I should be worrying about expanding out to these spots. All right, we'll dismantle that. Again, I want to get up to 10 construction units for minerals. I did make a mistake, and I think I would have enough with that storage container. I'm now going to have to wait for workers to go and move that over. But I'm not going to beat myself up over every single last inefficiency. Lots of news alerts today. I was promised a thunderstorm, and it's been anything but in Ottawa today, but that's fine. Hey, Night Valiant, what's up, son? Are you beating the Rebels? We actually restarted this save because they did do some sort of patches and bug fixes, and I figure, especially if I'm going to be streaming the game on Twitch, it would be nice if I didn't sabotage the demonstration with inefficient play. I'm trying to think about the best place for me to put this factory. I'm eventually going to have a smokestack somewhere up here, but I also want to make sure that it's close to my power generation. So I think I don't have any isotopes right now. In fact, maybe let's take a body and put it there. We'll have the influence for another slot. That's maybe one consideration that I'll want to make, which is to say, if I pick a slot, like which one is going to be close to something that will stop my won't kill my workers right away. Obviously, the further away from the smokestack, the better. But I already know these two are taken up, so this is probably the best that I can hope for, and it's honestly not a very good slot. I think I'll have to live with this. Let's go for some 2 and 5, 2 and 7, 3 and 1. The least horrible of my options. All right, we've got more than a few minerals now. I think we can start building in earnest. Not a storage container. All right, so large generator. Some of this stuff is just going to be my standard start, but there are actually going to be some changes in how I approach this. Okay, we'll get the batteries in. I'm going to slightly change the setup here, but I got to be careful in terms of how I set this all up. I've actually already used up all of my minerals. That's interesting. So once these things are done, I can put a battery in here, and my aim is going to be to try and sort of maximize battery use. Now, so every once in a while, I still wind up sabotaging myself with not enough fuel, but I'm pretty happy with how my starting headquarters looks. By the way, I don't want to spend too much time on not Titan things, but we do have Night Valiant in chat, who's been doing Yakuza like a dragon, because he loves Microsoft and everything that he gets on his Game Pass. So Night Valiant is a Brazilian streamer, very soft voice, tends to stream quite a bit later than I do, so is a very safe host at the end of the night when I'm feeling tired, and then of course he'll keep me up until 5 o'clock in the morning with his stream. But that's my problem, not his. Yes, Night Valiant is a streamer who I found through another Canadian developer, which is Brace Yourself Games is based in Vancouver. Kit Fox Games is based in Montreal, and I got a chance to see his stuff during Lucifer Within Us, and ever since then he has just kind of shown himself to be a fun streamer to watch. It's been nice to watch his channel grow. And this is a chance to talk him up a bit. And I think he's going to be, I think he's probably going to be playing Industries of Titan at some point. But of course, because Brazil has a different currency than I do, it's a, you know, like, I can't spend other people's money. Like, obviously, if a game is very costly or a system is very costly, you wanna make sure that, you know, the opportunity is worth it. Yeah, I mean, I tend to think subscription service is basically you're paying for the access, and because you've already paid the fee, you know, it's a sunk cost, right? Not playing the game is not going to get my money back. So, okay, we're doing okay influence-wise for now. So I guess the real question here is, do I want to keep developing out this area, or do I want to start working on my factory? I think if I don't finish developing this factory, I'm never going to finish it. So let's just get the last couple of bits in here. So I probably don't have enough for a large fuel tank. Oh, I do. And if I can, let's stick a couple waste receptacles in. Short one, that's fine. But we can afford to build a factory now. So I'm actually going to build the factory here. It's going to be my standard factory, but there are going to be a couple of adjustments that I make to it. Maybe not adjustments, but I'm not going to be as aggressive in pursuing a couple of things. Actually, one of the things I want to worry about this time around is more effective waste management. And I have some ideas around those plans. But again, what I'm trying to focus on here is to try and have as few idle workers as possible, always having them moving towards a goal. So for instance, I'm going to be missing a payday. Which will mean I won't be able to build additional workers. Now, I'm not too worried about that, simply because I know that I'm going to be able to, like, this is a very temporary state of affairs. There are other things that I'm going to be doing to start earning money as quickly as possible. That's actually what this factory here is for, because I know I have access to minerals and that they will hopefully not be in short supply. It maybe would be nice if I had a few more minerals from ruins. I was maybe banking on having a little bit more access there. But, you know, I'll work with what I've been given, right? And in fact, in this one, even though it generates more waste, I'm going to take this one because it gives me a slot next to something useful, whereas here it's sort of out in the open. Once I'm forced to make some decisions about level 2 ruins, I need to start making decisions. So like 26 would be a nice shot in the arm while I'm trying to stock up my factory. 25 here. Not so much in terms of isotopes, but we'll be able to make do. This is a good one, 18 and 5. So it kind of depends where we're sitting isotope-wise when the time for upgrades comes. But again, we've got more than enough to get ourselves started here. In fact, if anything, one thing I might want to consider is an early council monument so I can get my council communications up. While I'm at it, because I've already kind of committed to not accessing new... not building new workers, let's unlock that spaceport. We got to wait for the council with the 5 red artifacts, but we'll have access to that before too long. Right now, getting workers so that I can generate some credits is a higher priority to me. The workers I already have, the workers I have are going to be focusing on the things I want them to do, things like minerals and whatnot. And what I want to do now is I want to be able to... Actually, sorry, there's 2 factories I want to build. Alright, I got to think where I want to place some of this stuff now. I need isotopes, it turns out. So I made a little bit of a blunder doing this upgrade, because I need a place for my workers to stay, and then I need a place for them to refine minerals. And unfortunately, I don't have enough for an energy pylon now. So I'm going to have to wait on the influence a little bit to be able to build this this pylon that I need. But in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll double down on my mineral usage. So put one last waste receptacle. And let's game out where my... Okay, so we've got... These are spoken for with the fuel turbine. Let's say the power goes here, so I could stick a factory here, which would leave this slot available for a turret. How do I feel about that? Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so my goal right now is going to be to grab some minerals, to grab some isotopes and to make sure I've got a steady flow of minerals coming in. And because I only get to fire this gun once, let's take a look. So I can get 5 isotopes, 4 isotopes, 5. That's about it. So 18, 5, 16, 21, 5, 9. So this is the dominant choice. I gotta wait 7 influence, but in the meantime, again, I want to get some money. So let's start putting some bodies in here. Sorry, I should be a little more thoughtful about how I'm approaching this. Okay, well, that's kind of my minerals spoken for. If I can get another monetization station in here, I'll be happy. But there's a reason why we unlocked this first. Okay, 3 influence away, and then I can grab my precious isotopes. $40. Bought it already. Tell Brace yourself it was your influence. Oh, bless your heart, Night Alien. I actually have some evidence that I have moved copies of... So here's the thing, okay? You can never, as a broadcaster, you can never know if you are the deciding factor on a game, right? Because while it is true that somebody might have discovered the game through your broadcast, there's nothing to say that other marketing channels wouldn't have reached, wouldn't have reached the customer as well, right? It's sort of it's an unanswerable question. Obviously, for me, I want to say everybody who's ever watched my stream has gone and run to buy the game that I'm showing, but we all know that's not true. I'm just going to grab the ruins here, but because of the sales records that I had with an affiliate program, and of course people just telling me. I got some really wonderful feedback just in terms of, like, it's the type of feedback that you love where, like, people specifically tell you why they did certain things that they did. And it's like, I thought the game was too complicated, but then you explained it, and it actually seems like I like these kinds of games. I'm just really intimidated by them. That sort of stuff. Those really warm my heart, because obviously I'm not a big broadcaster. Like I said, I'm not, streaming Titan today is not exactly the best, the best as metrics kind of a decision, but I don't care, right? This game is really good, and Brace Yourself have been really nice to me this whole time. So to be able to celebrate the arrival on Steam, even if I'm playing the Epic version, which, I mean, again, I'm completely content playing it on Epic. Like, I don't get trading cards, but I got to play the game super early and fall in love with it and share it with people. Like, how can I be anything but incredibly happy about how this turned out? This is a special day, so it merited sort of disrupting the schedule a little bit. You could build a machine to tell you how many copies you sell. I mean, I do have some. So the thing is that I'm really bad for not believing people, because people can tell you anything, right? People will tell you stuff to make you feel good about yourself, and that comes from the nicest possible place, right? People want to say nice things to you so that you can feel good. Who could, condemn that behavior? But in terms of just being able to say, like, what is my actual influence as a broadcaster, you do kind of want to see the tangible results of what your individual work is. So I actually put a little thought into how that might be measured. But in the end, the biggest thing is, like, it's not like I go to developers and say, well, here's my measures, here's my stats in terms of how many games I sold to do it. I just say it's like, hey, I think this is a good fit. This is my style. If you think it fits with your promotional plans for the game, I'd love to consider a copy. And I generally think that that's the right way to go. Because again, a lot of this is about building community. I really like the fact that when I go into the Industries of Titan Discord, more often than not, I am going to see a good comment. And specifically, I wonder why I don't have this info. Oh, it's because they haven't salvaged it yet. And on top of that, if there is a, less than, let's say a comment that does not conform to the standards of the community, they are really nice about sort of bringing that in. Like today was probably a really tough day community management wise, because there's so many new people playing the game, lots of people with different expectations. Not all of those expectations are going to be met. It is still an early access game. But in this case, definitely some very special credit to A. Jared J. and Macaroni, who are the two community managers at... I may be mistitling them, but so far as I can tell, Maddie and Jared are both community managers of some kind. There may be variations in terms of their titles. But they've been doing a really great job of just being, active, keeping the community, positive, focused on the things that they should be. The streams have been, a blast to watch, and really a lot of very familiar names and maybe some new ones. I finally got to find some. I finally got a chance to see some Twitch names that I suspected might have been Brace Yourself names, but I didn't. I couldn't quite link it to an individual. There's a lot of people that made today just kind of a little bit of a celebration, right? So I've obviously been playing this game for a while. I'm very familiar with it. But it was really hard for me not to just log in on the Steam page and to, be in the I had the Twitch, I had the Steam, and I had the YouTube. The YouTube, I sound like a grandpa. I had them all open, one to sort of boost the concurrent views, but just because I if I could have a Industries of Titan jersey and a pennant and a hat with drinks in it, with an Industry of Titan logo on it, I would have been doing it. Today was a very giddy day for me. And I think a very giddy day for a lot of people. And I mean, it seemed to rank well. It seemed to be bouncing between around the, top 3, top 4 on Steam. Now, I mean, it was behind the number of VR kits for Valve. So either Valve is selling a whole lot of VR kits, or maybe ranking on Steam on release day isn't quite what it used to mean. But I think overall, they did I hope they had a good launch. This game is wonderful. And if the time on the Epic Store is any indication, there is when I say there's a lot of work, it's not in the sense that oh man, this game needs so much improvement. It's that, the journey has been really fun so far. And again, please keep in mind I was given a key for this game. I realize I'm kind of gushing about the game, and this is just sounding like a complete paid promotional. But yeah, just being able to see this, see a whole new batch of people have a chance to get excited about this game, and to just sort of know that they're beginning the journey on something that was really personally very fun to me to follow through on. I just think is great. I'm really, really enthusiastic about it. Not the YouTube. Okay, so I need some more isotopes again. We've got our energy pylon, so we're going to be getting some credits before too long. I probably got somebody assigned on moving isotopes. I think we're just going to wait on the 20 again so that we can buzz down these ruins. At some point I'm going to want to consider another minerals patch, but at this point, the thing is that there's not too many, there's a few minerals patches here, but the problem is that my workers are going to be idle if I'm not a little more careful in terms of how I balance all of my resource issues. So for now, I'm going to start buzzing. I'm going to buzz down the ruins that'll give me isotopes for sure. And then what I'm probably going to start doing is getting at least one more minerals patch for people to pick up. And then I need to start thinking about red artifacts to be able to bribe the council for things. Okay. So I can at least start a factory. It's not like there's anything else I'm going to do with that. Ah. I also may break a long-standing tradition of not speeding up, but the thing is that being able to play on the normal pace is... Like, there's a benefit to that, right? Like, the thing is that if you think about a game like Stellaris or, you know, any of the Paradox games, one challenge I run into is that if I play on the fast speeds, I'm constantly hitting the spacebar to pause. And to me, I always take that as an example that the game is going too fast. Now, there's nothing wrong with, like, hitting space and stopping to smell the roses, but it makes me wonder if maybe if I put the speed down, like, one notch, if maybe I would be able to make a more effective decision in those in-between times. So, for instance, here, right, like I'm just watching my workers do my thing. I probably should be spending more time zoomed in because this is a beautiful game. But I always kind of like to take moments like this to say, it's like, okay, so I'm earning influence at a certain rate. I know I'm going to need red artifacts to be able to unlock the council communications. Do I want to unlock council communications? You know, what do I give up with those red artifacts? Well, assuming I build a conversion center, I'm missing the opportunity to build more workers. Then again, I only have space for 2 more right now, plus what the conversion center brings. I think it's 2. I may be wrong on that. I never memorize this stuff because I don't need to. It just tells me. Yeah, employee supply 2. So effectively, I would need 4 red artifacts to make the most out of 1 conversion capsule. So what does that get me? Well, that gets me more workers to work these tiles. Do I need more workers to work these tiles? Well, right now, I don't actually have that much for people to do. I'm glad that they're getting stuff done, like they're picking up stuff from the empty plot. But that's going to run out after a certain period of time. So maybe I don't need more workers right now because they're all currently occupied. And again, that'll stop fairly soon. I'm going to need to worry about it. But basically right now, I don't actually need as many workers as it seems. I do need batteries, but that's something we'll work on in a little bit. What I really need right now is isotopes, and that's going to come either in the form of ruins extraction, which I think we are out of, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. That's it. So at this point, I need to either start eating into the red artifacts that I'll be getting, or I need to pick up an isotopes patch for myself. So here's how I'm going to solve this. Oh, sorry, that's not true. We have one more source of isotopes. So we're just going to let this thing run down. We'll run down our energy levels. What I might do is I might actually turn off the power after the work shift so the batteries can recharge. Oh no, I can turn off the monetization stations because they're not used after work hours. Also, we redirected the ship just in time. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna let our... Okay, here's the plan. We're going to let our influence go up to 20. We'll get the last of these ruins, which will give me the isotopes that I need. We're going to build the other part of this. We're going to build the other part of this factory so that we can start the refining. And then the hope is going to be that we can either... Actually, this is one question I have. There is an argument to say that I should start buzzing down the high-value ruins, the ones with lots of red artifacts, so that I can convert them into influence and then grab the earliest isotopes patch that I can. The other argument is to say, just wait, build it up, put your people towards other activities and sort of take advantage of the take advantage of sort of the rest that you have at the moment. And honestly, I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it yet, but I am going to get a head start on my minerals processor. Let's start the traditional way. So this is going to be my my usual. It's going to be my usual level 1 to level 2 refiner. Obviously, I could try and stick more bodies in the factory, but I'm already draining my batteries, so none of that for now. And once I've got a more reliable source of actually, how close are we to building the? All right, they're already building it, so hopefully this doesn't run into problems. We might run out of energy before we're done the workday. So this is the sort of situation I'm trying to avoid, right? 4 idle workers, and it's not because I've assigned them, it's because there's nothing for them to do right now. But in just a second, well, not exactly a second, but we will have a shiny new ruin to convert. So again, we're going to be able to combine these. Oops. Going to be able to combine these with the isotopes. We'll have a little bit left over in order to build the fuel turbine. But what we really want to be focusing on right now is getting those upgraded minerals. And this is kind of the nightmare for me, is that I've got 7 idle workers because I haven't managed my resources well enough. But there'll be a bunch that they can pick up in a little bit. Okay, we're probably going to run out of energy before the end of the workday. There are some temporary measures I can take, though. Probably not right now, but... yeah, well, we've got enough to pay our workers. Okay, so we're going to connect these right away. Again, we've got everybody moving gear when they need to. So at this point, I think it's just going to be sort of the brownouts. No, we're still generating a bit of money. That's good. I still haven't made a decision in terms of whether or not I want to claim an isotopes patch or sort of bite the bullet and well, technically the thing I really need right now, so it has nothing to do with I actually don't really need isotopes right now. What I need are minerals. Because, of course, I'm going to be building refining capabilities. I'm going to be building additional work slots. I do need isotopes to build additional factories if I want to do things like get extra power in that, but I've got unused factory space at the moment. So maybe I should be focusing on grabbing my next minerals patch rather than worrying about the isotopes. So we can get 58 or 50. So this will be the one that we grab when time comes. And again, we're sort of neglecting the council hall here, which would be helpful in terms of bribing the council, but I got to work with what I've been given right now. The one thing I don't like about my current position is because I'm a bit short on isotopes, it's hard for me to build additional factories to just do temporary things like store waste and whatnot. But that's going to be something that I have to work around. I'll find some ways to make it happen. But for the time being, I need to be a little conscious of how I'm going about most of this. Okay, let's see whether or not... oh yeah, we should name... let's name our factories, so... All right, that's unfortunate. Okay, so you know the drill. You got to do enough to start them off. I'm going to need to worry about waste storage as well, but that's a separate consideration. Okay, leisure time. So let's get those battery. Actually, you know what? We're just going to turn off the prosperity level altogether so that we can power up as much as we can. I think our health. So I learned something on the stream today, which is apparently. Oh no, that's ships, not citizens. So apparently, health goes up when your citizens sleep. So technically, I could actually turn off my resting pods until the work shift starts, because they're already at perfect health. It's only when I start generating pollution that I want to worry about that. Now, am I the type of person who would deny my employees sleep so that I can save on energy costs? Absolutely, I am. Okay, 2 influence away from... yeah, there was no ambiguity about that in chat. How's that even a question? Exactly. There are 2 ways to play Titan. The wrong way and the system chalk way. Okay. So again, this is going to just try and get that steady stream of minerals back in. It's not to say that we can't get minerals from these ruins and such. It's just I want to acknowledge that I'm going to need something of a pipeline. I basically need things for my workers to do. So the fastest way of getting minerals is definitely the ruins. But in this case here, because I know that my workers are going to be occupied for some other things, it would be nice to kind of get a steady stream again. Okay, so we're almost done building our factory. So I got to think a little bit about what I want to do with my isotopes. Because it is definitely the case that I can afford a new Okay, so for the fuel, I need to make sure I have at least 2. And then, of course, for the power, I'm going to need at least 2. So that's 4 taken care of already. So that means I've got 2 left for a factory. Now, waste is going to be a problem. Waste is going to be a problem in particular at the Rock Shiner. So, as a precaution, I'm going to build a factory here. And this is going to be a factory dedicated to waste storage until I get my smokestack up. So you'll also notice that over the patches, some of my strategies have come full circle. So here I'm actually going pretty... I'm getting in pretty early as far as employees are concerned. And this is just so that I can... Like, essentially what I'm trying to do here is get myself to a... trying to think of the right way to put this. I'm trying to get myself to a point where... Like I'm getting those credits as early as possible because I know in the end I'm going to, like, unless I zero out the number, every small increment in terms of credits is going to be something that's bringing me closer towards that goal of sort of my next building or my next ship class. There is kind of a point at where like credits don't matter anymore, but like buildings wise, we're what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're 12K away from getting all the buildings. And then, of course, we have all of the ship hulls. And again, I'm sort of wasting trade tickets here with the council community. Like, if nothing else, I could just use the money to try and get more influence with the council. But again, I had to make some decisions in terms of where I put my goals. So the real challenge here is that I can technically get isotopes, and the question is it worth it to me to build up the influence and grab the isotopes on their own, or should I get somebody working on this right away? And I genuinely do not have a good answer to that yet. Okay, one thing I do need to get out of the way. So this is going to be a little bit of a dumping ground. I do eventually want to build a conversion center in here for the, well, for a little bit of everything, actually. Oh, you know what? Oh no, I think we're still in a leisure cycle. I was like, maybe I need to turn on the prosperity hovel again. Not quite right there yet. Okay, let me see if I can reason my way through what I want to do. So getting an isotopes patch grants me, what does it do? It grants me the ability to build intermediate factories to build like additional stuff with. Now, I'm also starting to get a little short on minerals, though. So that's also going to cost influence. I actually should have finished building this thing anyway. Okay, no, I think I know how I'm going to approach this now. This is 2 of 2 grid, so we don't need to worry about... we will have power problems, but we're not quite at that spot yet. So we've got our stream of minerals coming in right now. I think a nice little kickstart to my refining operation is okay. But the condition now is that I actually resolve the power issues. So the way I'm going to resolve the power issues, we're short 9, and then we're going to be short. Whatever it costs to run this thing. So I guess that's 4. So we're technically short 13. So I'm going to need a total of 5 fuel by the end of this. I'm going to just stick these things right at the end. But hopefully, like, the ideal here is that we're able to get some refining done before we commit to that. Although, wouldn't hurt for me to build some storage containers to make this job a little easier for my people. I prefer this title. It's really tempting to redirect that ship, just because, you know, again, it's got the minerals on it. I'm gonna resist the temptation, though. Okay, I'm gonna actually, you know what? Let's do another asset audit. So 15, 14, 25. Okay, so basically I've got 60 influence worth of minerals that I can extract. But again, you'll notice our resource counts are actually going up. So what I want to do, if I can, let's get these priorities where they need to be. So I don't even need to focus on getting like the full layout right. What I want to focus on right now is getting a couple of large generators built. These things cost 20. We've got just enough. So of course, you know, eventually what I'm going to do, it'll be like one of these, one of these. So that should be sufficient for 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, no, no! Oh God! And again, this just reflects my priorities right now, right? That I need to make sure that my energy is in a good spot. It's not forever, but it is something that I'm going to use to power my expansion until we're ready to build a proper power plant. And this is because in the end, right? Like I don't need the isotope refining right now. I don't need a lot of these other things that I would normally be building right now. It's actually much more important to me to be able to cover my my fuel rather than be able to like I just don't have the workers to be able to sustain the full production line. So I can probably afford to turn this on now. Yeah, we're still short 4. Okay, we're up to 20 again, so that's going to be another large generator. And ideally, we're actually going to refine another 5. So one thing I want to consider here is that, in fact, I'm going to force this choice. We're going to make this relay a number 2. And the reason I'm doing that is it means I'm only using up one mineral object as opposed to 2 mineral objects. We're going to have a big fuel drain, which I need to deal with at some point, but there are plans for that as well. Ah. I think I made a boo-boo. Okay, I'm not quite ready to make a decision on that yet. That still has room. Again, it's important to remember a lot of this stuff is temporary. And of course, this is the nice thing, right? While I'm busy havering over, you know, some little details, we're slowly creeping up in terms of our influence. So then I can start making some decisions about what, you know, what types of buildings I want to draw down. I think we're going to go for the ruins. Again, just early access to minerals is something that I rate pretty high right now. So let's salvage that. We're okay for waste, so I'm feeling okay about that. I should start considering more employees before too long. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Looks like we're ready to go energy and fuel wise. Now, this is a temporary solution here. It's not going to sustain, you know, the second part of my production line, for instance. But I don't need it to. I'm putting some temporary stuff down so that we can get where we need to go. Okay, let's start. We're not going to go all the way on. We're not going to go all the way on this, but I think I messed up the... I think this still works. Why does it feel like this is weird? Yeah. So obviously we're turning this stuff off until it's properly ready to go. I've got my 5 surplus, but the thing is that I also want to turn around and build more, I want to build more space in the prosperity hovel, which of course means that I would technically want to have more living space. Actually, while I'm at it, let's put down another habitat pod. And monetization station. And again, why am I giving up tier 2 minerals to do that? Because I'm giving up 1 tier 2 as opposed to 2 tier 1s that can be later later be upgraded. So I'm trying to be as long-term in my thinking as I can. Speaking of long-term, we've got 8 more minerals to extract before our flow stops. But of course, we will be getting another opportunity to fill up before too long. So I'm generally feeling okay with where we're headed. So I'm not going to build the employee slot here. I will eventually build waste modules and such. Again, this is going to be the standard factory design. But I am going to need to start thinking about whether or not I should put additional power. Let's maybe see what recycling has to offer. The first question is recycling actually within range of the pylon? It is. Excellent. So that means that I can use it for conversion centers. It's really important to remember to pick up these. It's built for speed, not comfort. Who cares if the ride is painful, so long as it's short. Okay. So we've got 15, 14, and a lot of waste. Oh, come. Okay, I was going to say, why are you walking over the mineral? I do need to keep an eye on the rebel threat. So again, this is why minerals are a priority here, because I'm going to be able to build a ship to defend myself before too long. Of course, I'll also need to build a shipyard for that. But of course, if I want to build a shipyard, I'm going to have needed to clean out all of the space in order to be able to put that shipyard somewhere. So in this case, you'll notice I'm more or less ignoring the refining of isotopes. And it's just because most of my needs and my sort of forthcoming needs are almost certainly going to be mineral focused. And another really important thing to remember is that if I can get myself to a point where I'm reliably producing tier 3 minerals at a good clip, one of the things that I'm going to be able to do is dismantle the fuel fabricator, dismantle the generator, get those resources back, and be able to start, I can put them towards isotope refiner, or I can start putting them towards other things. So again, right now I'm focused on resource extraction, and that's so that I can basically build a bunch of stuff that will make me more effective at achieving my goals. Okay. Another thing I need to remember is, so we've got 17, 15, 7. So we actually have a lot of mineral wealth that's just waiting to be picked up off the ground. I don't technically need to take this down, but it is sort of my last raw resource. And at that point I can start deciding, do I want to pick things up off the ground? Do I want to sacrifice some of my red artifacts? I still don't have good answers to those questions, by the way. But I do have enough for a level 2 processor now, so... So normally an employee module would go here. Oh, right, and then there's a storage container. So I know I'm a little short power-wise, but... You know, I think there's a reasonable claim to be said that I'm not going to be getting any new employees anytime soon. Well, that's not entirely true, because if I'm going to be filling up a spaceship, it's not really a spaceship. It doesn't leave Titan's atmosphere, I don't think. I'm going to need to build a conversion center to replace the people who I lose. Okay, that's going to need some consideration. Again, we'll put a waste module down. This is the macaroni improvement. Okay, let's turn it on and see what my power needs actually are. So I'm short 3. I do tend to like building big, if I can. Yeah, so we're gonna wait. We're gonna build another large generator and a fuel extractor. But we're out of minerals again. So I've got the energy needs. Yeah, so given where my energy's at, okay, first thing I'm going to do is buy a new building. It is very tempting to do a council monument because of the influence, but it also means that I have to give up on getting something like a smokestack. I'm going to wait on the council monument. I'm going to build a smokestack because I know I'm going to need it. I'd ideally like to build the smokestack after upgrading my house, though. And that's what it's called, my house. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of bodies just moving, moving minerals where they need to be. I want to focus on... when I can, building a large generator. This is not exactly how I plan to be using this space, but it's not a disaster either. And the reason why I'm using these tier 3s to build these buildings, one, I know I'm going to be refunding them when the time comes, so it's not actually a big loss. And number 2, it lets me, I don't know if this is a really efficient placement, but I'm going to do it. I'm giving up 1 unit as opposed to 2 of anything else. So it's for the same reason that I'll build the relay like this. As soon as I get a tier 2 mineral, it's going to take a while, I think. Obviously, the energy bridge is a necessary component. So this is one thing that I sort of understand why Titan is built the way that it is here, but here's one drawback I run into. Right now, I'm trying to ninja the resources before it goes into my very efficient production system. So the problem is that I can't actually click the energy bridge until that mineral goes into the storage. And then the drawback here is going to be that if chances are I'm not going to be able to put it down in time. So again, I'm just sitting here waiting, and I'm probably going to have to wait for the production of 2 tier 2 minerals. One for it to exist for me to click the energy bridge, and then the second to actually put it on the map. Oh wow, they already picked that up right away. Okay, so a -1 on tier 1. Okay, we got our tier 3, so there's an open slot available. There we go. Haha! That was fast enough on the draw that time. What are we looking at? Let's see tier 1 mineral-wise. We've got 35, which will be turned into, I suppose in the long run, and again, that's usually how I like to think. It's not always... Okay, so I will be honest, thinking in the long run can sometimes get me into trouble as well, because that threat meter is a real thing. But theoretically, if I'm able to turn all of these things into tier 3 minerals, that's going to be 875 construction units. So that's enough for a fuel turbine. That's enough for an energy plant, which means that I can demolish all of the, the extra fuel and whatnot that I've produced. And does that get me a shipyard, though? I think it does. Okay, so I'm going to say I have enough minerals for now. I want to start thinking about isotopes, because while I am refining my minerals, I want to have a nice big stock of isotopes that I'll be drawing down. Once I'm starting to mine at least 1 isotopes patch, I'm going to start taking these. I'm going to start taking these ruins and turning them into. I'm going to start grabbing the artifacts out of them. So because we're working on tier 3 minerals, we already know that we're on our way to. We sort of already know that we're on our way to. We're on our way to building the fuel turbines and such that we wanted. Now that's a matter of time, and the question is, how do I use my existing resources to their fullest? And in this case, I'm saying now is the time to wait for isotopes, because isotopes are going to be the bottleneck in terms of me just being able to upgrade my house. Although there's also a small argument for me building more slots for citizens. One thing at a time, though. Okay, so we're ready now to build a fuel turbine. Now, it'd be nice if I could do sort of refined isotopes, right, to bring it up to 3 times, use only 1. It is actually a pretty scarce resource. I bet you I could pull it off. I'm giving up a worker to do it, but... I kind of hate that I'm doing this, but this is not a bad long-term play. Oh, that was a dumb choice. Oh, right, I'm stuck in that tier 2 trap again. How badly do I want that power? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off the tier 3 processing for now. I'm going to use that to finance a little... Okay, so one thing I can use a tier 3 for is the tier 1 processor. So the employee module and the input-output modules are all worth 5, so I need to wait for the tier 2 there. And I think I am going to invest in a conversion capsule just so I can get my workforce where it needs to be. Conversion capsule costs 6. So weirdly enough, that is one I actually want to spend a tier 3 on. That's the Prosperity Hovel, that's not recycling. And again, just remembering that the reasoning behind this is that it's going to cost me 1 of my resources as opposed to 2 of the other. Okay, so hopefully we've got some tier 2s to work with. So this is going to be an Isotope input module. Output module. I'm going to need to wait on one more tier 2 so I can put an employee there. Then, of course, we've got to hook it up to the grid. I don't think I'm going to worry about refining it to level 2 quite yet. I think we need to deal with our power problems first and maybe get a ship up just to defend ourselves. I don't think I need isotopes to be able to build that ship. And again, we're slowly creeping up on our influence, which is exactly what we want. So I'm happy to let just some of this stuff happen. The thing I don't want to see are idle employees. Idle employees will make me sad. Okay. So the last couple of steps are just putting down some relays and storage and whatnot, but we're more or less ready to go with this thing. Right, we didn't pay our workers. Yes, that decision's coming back to bite me. That's what I get for being indecisive. Excuse me. It's actually worth reflecting on the fact that with the number of artifacts that I have, I can't afford the maximum number of employees that I would be normally building. I'll get it sorted, but it's just another little management hiccup. Okay. Oh, I messed up. And this is going to take the whole thing down, unfortunately. So I have to put the relay here so that the two can connect with each other. I forgot about that. Although at least I've got some fancy tier 1 minerals to refine. I'm genuinely unsure as to whether or not that actually touches... it sure doesn't look like it does. Of course, I need the energy bridge as soon as possible, but... I guess the nice thing here is I did get a small efficiency in the sense that eventually these will become tier 3 minerals, so not too sad about how that turned out. It just took a little longer than I was expecting. Okay, we are now ready to start grabbing some isotopes, and again, I only really want to do this once for a while, so let's find the largest stack of isotopes we can get. So it looks like it's 2 stacks of 22. And this will hopefully last us sort of until our next run. So we're gonna wait on the influence, and I think now we really don't have an option but to start claiming some red artifacts. If anything, just so I can start converting employees. Let's go back to the Rock Shiner. Everything should be running again. Again, it wouldn't hurt to put some storage down. So traditionally, I put a waste receptacle here. What am I doing? I suppose there's a question, like, in terms of how I'm spending my resources. It is tempting to go for the extra refining, but I'm really going to resist that urge. Instead, I'm going to turn on the tier 3 module. Oop. Messed that one up. All right. Obviously, power problems, but we will persevere. We can always turn off the prosperity hovel when the time comes. And we just need 1 tier 3 mineral, and we are ready to go. Okay, so I've got my 10. I got my 10 influence. Let's see the highest looks like there's a lot of 2 red artifacts. Okay, so now I want to start thinking about what's the most likely location for a shipyard. It's probably going to be in this area, at least for starters. It's the easiest to clear out. That's a single red artifact. That's 3. Okay, that's automatically my choice. Okay, we've got our 200 minerals now, so we're ready to finally put down our fuel turbine. Doesn't really matter which one, but... So the next priority is going to be an energy plant. Now that's also a bit of a tricky one, right? Because there's only so much space, and this takes a lot of influence to be able to get rid of. So it's possible I might actually put the energy plant near these ruins here. Again, I'm just trying to cram everything where I can. Almost certainly this energy pylon is going to be getting an upgrade, but the ideal, of course, would be to get the higher refining for the isotopes underway before I try and do that. And I do need to keep an eye on my waste. That's going to be something I need to contend with. But overall, I'm actually pretty happy with where we're getting as far as our production is concerned. I'll feel better when we get our ships rolling off the line. But even if I can just build a small little defender, that's a good start. By the way, Sir Kama mentioned these a while ago, but apparently these had been implemented a while ago and sort of vanished, and nobody really noticed for a while. So I'm happy to finally see these. These are what I'd done is during one of the streams I'd asked Sir Karma, what is a touch that you've put into the game that you're fond of and you feel doesn't get enough credit? And that's just because there's so many little details in terms of how all of these work that it's just one of these ones to say, it's like, I get to appreciate some of the details. I like looking for details like that, but I also sort of know deep down in the insides of the game, there's probably stuff that I'm not familiar with that's just hiding in plain sight, and I haven't experienced yet. Oh man, I really didn't think this one through. Okay, let's get a storage container. I've got a bunch of workers who are going all the way to the other building to be able to make this happen. And you know what? I think I'm okay to turn off this isotope refiner for now. There are other things that I can get my workers working on at the moment. So just remembering that the reason why I did that isotope refining in the first place was so that I could put down things like fuel turbines. Okay. So these are not my favorite choices, but they are going to be where I put my shipyard. So I think I'm just gonna eat the cost and live with it. So I can start affording to. I'm actually going to try dismantling all of my fuel. I'll hang on to this one. I'll hang on to that one to the very end. We can definitely get rid of this one. And of course, they're going to be producing less Zethane over time anyway. But of course, the important thing is that some of these are either going to be restoring tier 3s back into the pile, or they are going to be giving me the lower level resources in order to refine them into something better. So again, we can also take a look at the Zethane production. So basically, this thing is going to gobble up as much as it can. I'm going to double it up because there's going to be a turret sitting beside it. And it's really my best option because the rest of it is all sort of hidden behind isotopes patches. This is 21, so I'm going to work on it fairly soon. But again, unless I can actually come up with a way of generating influence at a faster rate, I want to acknowledge that most of these isotopes are going to take a very long time for me to to extract. Although one interesting question is, if I don't own the territory, can mines Oh, that's actually something I should try on my own time to see whether or not mines are able to extract isotopes from regions that are not claimed. Because if they can, suddenly they become very, very worthwhile. They'll generate pollution, but it's going to be something that that sort of pulls me ahead. Okay, so we've got a surplus of 8 fuel. That seems to me like we're able to spike this fuel fabricator, and we can use the space for something else. So we'll wait for the 20 just to clear up the space for the shipyard. We probably won't be able to build the shipyard until we get a proper energy plant down. And again, I think the energy plant will come after we claim these ruins. In fact, maybe I should just build it here now. How many tier 3s do we have? We can actually build the energy plant, so never mind. We're going to have to wait on you. It also means that I should probably be considering finishing the production line for my my higher tier isotopes, because we're going to need to upgrade the energy pylon. We're also getting to 70% rebel threat, so ships are becoming more of a necessity. Okay, so there's my energy plant. I want to double this up as soon as possible because it means I just get more energy out of a single employee. But I think at this point here, claiming these ruins is the top priority. Should have built these waste receptacles a little earlier, but... So I'm going to do the usual trick. I'm going to disable the 2 to 3 processor while I need some 5s. I know this design makes people really mad, which is one reason I love it. But I do need to say this new layout is actually, I am going to call it the Madeline improvement, because she made a really good observation that, like, one of the reasons why I did these weird patterns with the waste modules before was that you can't have sort of waste modules blocking each other. But you can actually get 3 in here by making sure that sort of the flaps are facing outward, so you can stick one in the middle, and then I just made it so that you can put some waste receptacles on the 2 ends. Again, it's just a chance. If nothing else, even if you just fill up the waste receptacle here, it's just a chance for you to make something of the space. Like, there's no super, like, ironclad argument to do it, other than it's just kind of fun and it really annoys some people. So, okay, let's get an employee module down. I'm going to need a relay. I'm basically going to build everything that I can about this thing until I start entombing the waste receptacles. I'm also waiting for my workers to get paid so I can start converting some new ones. Oop. Should have had that employee in there ages ago. So we're currently at so we're using 35 out of 36. I want to see what this is bringing. 48. Okay, yeah, we are in very good shape. Okay, I'll actually hang on. This will be the last generator I get rid of, but we can definitely clear out the space in the rock shiner. I believe we'll get some tier 3 minerals off of that too. Can also get rid of this relay because that was only there temporarily. Okay, we still have a surplus of... Okay, actually, you know what? I am going to have to get rid of the one in recycling. There's technically no reason for this stuff to be here now, but it is going to keep my conversion capsule online for a little while. Wait a minute, but we still have a drain of 9 on our fuel turb. That can't be right. Oh, you know what? It's because I got rid of this one. That was a little greedy of me. Well, I guess it's time for me to consider building my second fuel turbine, huh? But if I do that, I may not be able to build a shipyard. So I am not too proud to admit I made a mistake. On the good news, we are going to get a bunch of level 1 resources back. So let's do... This is one thing that's really important for me to remember too. I feel like to a certain extent, Titan is actually built so that you're constantly sort of dismantling and remantling. I don't even know if that's a proper term. Because if you think about it, right, if I keep this the same way, one, I don't necessarily have the same needs, right? Generally, I'm doing okay for energy and fuel, and I can largely satisfy those needs. Through other ways. Now, why in the world did I suddenly find enough fuel? I'm still going to rebuild that. But in this case here, like if you think of it, there's just so much value in terms of resources that's locked up in all of these like tier 1 minerals. And I may not have the same needs for HQ. Like I might want to build other stuff in HQ. I'm definitely going to get rid of recycling when the time comes. You know, a lot of this stuff's just going to be cleared out so that I can build like better buildings when the time comes. Speaking of, let's get the artifact, and I should have some leftovers so I can get another power plant down too. Okay, so again, slightly higher priority in terms of getting a shipyard online. So it looks like we've already filled up this storage, which is good. So isotope. I'm not quite ready to entomb the output. I mean, if I have to, I will, but there's other stuff we can build first, like relays. I've got a worker tied up with that already. Okay, let's turn it all on. God, I love this soundtrack. Okay, I'm not quite ready to turn the tier 3 minerals back on, just because I do want that last component. What am I doing? You know what? There's no point in delay. There's literally nothing else for this area here. Although, are they sticking? Yeah, it looks like they're sticking trash in there. Okay, surely now we are able to... More fuel, more power, more everything. And as a precaution, let's get another waste receptacle down here. I don't actually want this thing to have a garbage carpet, but I'm reserving the right. Okay, so the big question now is, do I have anything else that requires minerals too? I think the answer to that is no, which means I need to turn all of my mineral production back on. That's going to mean that I'm going to have a lot of workers that are occupied on things that are not about acquiring resources. In fact, what I'm going to do is say one dedicated to collection for sort of a little bit of everything. That's going to mean that some of the processing jobs aren't quite getting fulfilled, which is unfortunate. The good news is that help is on the way. We're going to have 4 more workers before too long. But right now, it's sort of a race against the clock to get a ship up and running before the rebels spot us. One bit of good news, though, is that we're going to be able to, at this point now, it's really all about extracting as many resources as I can. I just want to get as many red artifacts on my way out. This is really going to be about just clearing a path for my true plans for expansion. So I need to defend myself. That's priority number 1. Any remaining resources will go into another fuel turbine and a new energy plant, combining those. And again, we're just going to slowly build our way up to, to a point where we can start sort of throwing our weight around. As long as I can get these fuel turbines and energy plants working, I can start building things like, either the huge prosperity hovel, or maybe I just get an early start on something like the... I build some residential and an office space, lots of different ways that I can approach that. But again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. For instance, I could be converting a worker right now. In fact, it's worth saying that in one sense, I would love to be expanding the prosperity hovel right now, because of course, the more money I have, the more buildings and more ships I'm going to be able to build up. But I do need to make sure that I get to that really important milestone of 200 CUs for a shipyard, and then of course, however much it takes me to build a ship. That's another consideration that hasn't really been factored in. And a lot of this stuff is going to be slow because I've dedicated 2 work. So let's think about how many people are available for work. Looks like I've got 4 people. So half of my workforce is just dedicated to picking up minerals and isotopes. That's not great, right? I'm completely ignoring cleanup at this point, but that's fine because unless it's blocking my ability to get certain things done, cleanup isn't a priority. But it does mean that I only have 2 people who are going to be moving the different components from one processor to another, which means that I can't rely on, on getting to that 200 mineral as I get closer to 200. Obviously I can't rely on that sort of thing happening as rapidly as I would want. Okay, good news. I should be showing you the conversion process. It's fun. Well, it's fun to watch. It's not fun to have happen to you, I'm assuming. Okay, I've got 20 available, so where would I want to expand? We're doing okay for minerals, so I don't think I need to start grabbing any patches. It really is about the red artifact, so maybe what I do is I start scooping up the cheap 10s. We've pretty much tapped that thing out. I'm actually reading it the opposite way around, so local storage is one. But basically, we could mine this thing and it will finish. How are we? Okay, we're ready for a shipyard. So again, this wouldn't necessarily be my ideal placement or even my permanent placement. It's what I've got right now, and I want to build it. So why do I do a shipyard instead of a turret? I want some mobility, particularly because the turrets, like the rebels are really aggressive on this one. So if I can get an idea of what I'm up against early, that just sort of helps me sleep at night, for lack of a better term. Did I miss another conversion? I did. Sorry. Only one more. Now we're ready to unlock the council. So if I want, I can start donating some stuff to try and try and achieve my goals. I definitely... Okay, so here's how I feel about this. I actually really like having these trade tickets be at 0 because, again, it means I'm getting the most from the council. The problem is right now, I don't have a really good idea about what I want. Technically, I need more influence. What am I willing to give up for it? 10 minerals? Well, where else am I going to get those 10 minerals from, right? I don't actually have a consistent source of extraction. Okay, isotopes, right? Can I give up isotopes? No, those are incredibly expensive for me to try and get back. Donate credits. Well, I mean, that's basically 2 days worth of earnings, and I wouldn't be able to build buildings out of that. So can I give up artifacts? Well, maybe if it meant that I was able to clear something out. So like if there was something I wanted to clear out and I got 2 artifacts from the from that, that's like I'm still ahead on that trend, on that exchange, but like, you know, artifacts are finite and I'm going to use them to get things like new workers and whatnot. So even then, like it's not necessarily a choice that I would I'd be too fond of. Under normal circumstances, we're going to need to build another waste receptacle. Probably more than one, actually. Again, I'm reluctant to use up resources like this. Okay, prioritize. Oh god, there's 38 waste. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm totally fine taking up resources if... So this is the penalty for not building a smokestack earlier. We're at leisure time, so now is a good time to upgrade this pylon. It's also going to mean hopefully the workers leave their jobs. Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. So that means construction's going to be happening instead. People aren't getting any sleep, but... Or I guess it's leisure. Well, there's no leisure for them to experience anyway. So this will eventually become my residential area. I wonder if I should just try and... No, I should probably be... I think I should be stocking up on red artifacts. So they're not even ideal slots at this point. It's just, it's cheap for me to pick up. Okay, and the rebel threat hasn't moved that far, so I'm feeling a little more secure in where we're at. Obviously, I need to get the, you know, the mineral levels up, but as a whole, I think we're in better shape than we were before. That's going to mean that I'm going to follow sort of a two-pronged approach. So one thing, obviously, I still want to make sure that the station gets built and such. But what I'm going to do is, minerals-wise, I'm going to get this. I'm going to sort of upgrade and improve this fuel turbine and this energy plant, because of course that's going to form the backbone for most of my other productive activity. It also means that I can maybe build something like a council monument a little earlier. It is worth remembering we are starting to get to the limits in terms of our original endowment. So we've got, I think, 4 mineral patches, right? So we've got these that we can claim. Lots of isotopes. I'm actually not going to worry about extracting from here, for a long time. Actually, I guess my biggest worry right now is how I'm going to somehow get the garbage to the smokestack, because I've blocked off all of these different paths for roads, and unless I want to somehow put the road over the isotopes, that's going to be an interesting problem to deal with now that I think of it. But yeah, in this case, I may be getting some additional, minerals and whatnot from the expansion from the ruins and such. I already have a mineral node within my, in my range, so that's not too much of a worry in terms of just general access. What I'm really kind of needing to consider here is, can I get a proper layout, and can I, again, the most important thing, can I get it all done quickly? So the first approach is just going to be to build the infrastructure that will allow me to get stuff done and to have my workers work efficiently. And then the sort of secondary consideration will be, can I have sort of isotope refinement chug along at a point where I'm able to sort of consistently upgrade my house? Speaking of which, have I built anything new that I can rename? Looks like we're still okay. One of the reasons I like defaulting to red artifacts, even if I feel a little constrained in some of my... Are we really draining batteries off of that? Yikes. Okay, well, my work's cut out for me, I suppose. Okay, we can build the Goshawk, the Gearfalcon, or the Harpagus. About a 20-point difference. So we're going to need 10 level 3 minerals. Well, until we get those 10 level 3 minerals, I don't see any point in keeping this shipyard online. Okay, why do I have an idle worker? Because there's no minerals to move. So at this point, I think it's completely fine to just let the business run itself. You know what? I'm gonna put 2 more, just because this seems to be filling up a little faster than I want. Okay, so again, we gotta wait for that shipyard to go online. This is the really hard part, right? Which is to divide my attention between the shipyard, which needs the minerals, and the fact that I know I don't have enough energy to kind of get this all running. And so, you know, wanting to improve my fuel turbine and my, particularly my energy plant. Seeing this just standing on its own really annoys me because I know there's just so much more energy I can be getting out of this thing. We'll eventually build a turret too, but I don't really want to do that right now. I definitely underinvest in my navy, and this is going to be the run where I stop that trend. Again, I'm kind of doing that. It's not exactly at random, but I'm being a little less selective just because right now I want to clear out I want to clear out the level 1 stuff reasonably quickly. And the reason for that is having red artifacts gives me the option of the donation. I am very tempted to try and expand the prosperity hovel just because it's always irritating to see you're at half of your workforce and there's not enough space for the ships that are available. But of course that brings me back to my power problems, so it's give and take. One thing I don't want to do is stiff my workers this time around, because I'm going to need to train more replacements when the ship goes up. Okay, we are ready to turn this thing on, and welcome to Titan, my friends. Let's learn about the Goshawk. This small but reliable ship is a favorite amongst young corporations and packs a surprising punch. Okay, so this is a priority. Again, we've got 15% to go, but given that this is going to be my only defense against the dark arts known as the Rebels, I want to be prepared. I'm kind of freaking out about waste here, but if I don't manage my waste, then the rock shiner is going to come grinding to a halt, and that's no good. I do not have an employee here. Oh, because it's not on. This explains a lot. The energy situation's worse than I thought. That's not great, but at least I have an explanation. It's 42 level 1 minerals just sitting there waiting to be improved. Come on, guys, you can do it.
Device complete. Device complete.
Cure Charlie, how's it going? It's been a few days since I caught a stream. Always happy to have you. I never take attendance. How you doing? Today is a bit of a special day. I normally would be doing Stellaris, and that's going to be a usual Monday game for sort of the foreseeable future. But one, I didn't get to record some YouTube videos that I was hoping to do for Industries of Titan in preparation for its Steam release. And of course, today was the Steam release. And so I thought it would be nice to sort of take part in the festivities and, I don't know, remind people that it was available. Get a chance to relive a fond game. Lots of different reasons to play Titan, really. So I do feel a little bit bad because I am actually very grateful that I got a chance to do the new Stellaris DLC. But I also sort of felt that if there was a day in which it would be sort of forgivable to miss a Stellaris stream, it's probably today. Okay, again, just grabbing the red artifacts where I can. You finally resolved a few long-standing issues. That's always good to hear. My sleep is a long-standing issue, which I'm not seeing a lot of resolution to. So I'm glad other people are having a bit more success. Okay. Sorry, I just need a second here to think about how I'm going to approach this ship. So really, I think I'm going to go double lights on this one. So let's take a minute here to think about what I'm trying to accomplish. So I'm going to need a couple of tier 5. Well, okay. The thing is that if I give up tier 2s, it's no different than giving up tier 3s. Like, tier 2s eventually become tier 3s. So we need 2 small lasers. That's going to be 2 energy. We'll need a life support pod. Well, we'll need 2 life support pods if I'm doing 2. So that's 4. So medium generator should cut it. I always struggle with this too. I'm actually going to pause just to work out a good layout. I guess I'm going to do something like this. We'll go to the tier 3s just so I can experiment. So this one can get tucked in here. The other thing that's sort of nice is that these generators don't require staff anymore. Hey! Thank you very much for the, I believe, resubscription, if I'm not mistaken. I always appreciate that. Never expect it. It does really mean a lot that you guys think it's worth subbing to, though, so I don't ever want that to sound insincere. Oh, I forgot. Medical. Okay, sorry. So 2 life support, that's 2. 2 lights, that's 4. Medical pod is 5. Still no more demands. Okay, so, and a medium generator costs 2, so I might be able to get away with a small fuel fabricator, but maybe it's better that I go for the large just in case. Ah, glorious. Thank you. I mean, I can make it work here. It's ugly, but it works. I figure I can put a string of crew pods along the side here. I still need to find a spot to actually put the life support, so maybe we do like something like that. Ugh. All right. So let's see the stuff here that takes more than 5. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Large fabricator takes 10. Life support takes 4. Okay, so those are out. Yeah, those are 2, so those have got to be tier 2s. And then there's the question of the engine. Okay, those I need tier 3s for, so. I wish I had a better layout for them. Maybe 2 big blocks in the middle here. Yeah, it's not great that they're all clustered up like that, but... Pickle Fights, thank you very much for the raid. You must have been playing Industries of Titan. And I'm sorry there's no... I am really sorry that there is no notification for that. Apparently I'm not set up for raids still. I thought it was hosts and not raids, but it's the other way around. Yes, well, I mean, so I've been enjoying this game for over a year because Brace Yourself very kindly gave me a key when it was in early access on Epic, but I certainly don't need to be told that some people didn't want to buy that on Epic. And so, obviously it's not my intention to make people use a storefront that they're not. But yeah, it's early access on Steam today. Looks like it did. It certainly was in sort of the top 3 and 4 on the Steam charts. Actually, let's take a quick second and see which one. Hey, thank you very much, Hefty Goof. And look, it's Mike O. Austin Attack, 12th of his name. Or her name. Thank you very much for stopping by. Let me just. I really want to see how. I would never want. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, I'm doing the worst possible thing and stopping the fun right around the time that you guys are coming in here. But it's a big celebration about Industries of Titan coming out. Look, it's Maiko. Thank you very much for the follow as well. I'm curious. I want to take a look on these things. Now, I don't know if Pickle Fights is in here or if they are, sort of gobbled up by an ad, but was it Titan? Oh, yes. Yeah. Told you he has a very, hey, thank you very much. Were you playing Titan today? Because there's a reason I'm doing it today. What are we looking at? So Industries of Titan is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's fallen a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the top sellers behind Raft. Dark Souls 3 Deluxe Edition, which had the audacity to go 75%. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that went on sale today, so a little unlucky for them, but I have a feeling that if you're outselling Dark Souls, you're still doing well. Hey, and Ryan's on the stream. Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, my apologies. Just because I'm playing a game doesn't mean everybody else is playing it, so stuck behind 3 ads. My apologies. I try not to run those ads during the broadcast because I think, an ad break for 20 minutes of ad-free viewing is a little too much for Twitch to ask. But I know it really makes hosting a drag, so I really do appreciate it. Hefty Goof, I get that question a lot. I have not formally done so. I have, however, recorded a couple of impromptu audio works for some friends. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what to do with my my power. It's something I would be interested in doing, but the challenge is that whenever I do read, I actually find how much I stumble over my words, and it's a little harder than it looks. But I've been slowly building a collection of sort of books that are in the public domain to maybe try and do, if nothing else, like a YouTube video or that. So nothing formal, but it's really kind of you to say. Austin Attack, thank you very much for the follow as well. So where else were we? Listen to me read a phone book. Well, I don't have a phone book in front of me, but I do believe during Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, I had some rather nasty people in the stream, and I might have read a textbook. Oh yes, that's true. So Night Valian, Okay, sorry, I am going to get back to the game, but I think Night Valiant is referring to... I've not really played the Elder Scrolls series. I've now gone through Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, and now I'm on Oblivion. And I guess the one thing that is sort of my hallmark on that series is I do like to do something of an approximation to the Morrowind Dunmer voice, and it's actually really hard to do for about 3 hours in a recording, but that happens on Tuesdays if you're interested. But... yeah, no problem, Hefty Goof. But yeah, that's about the closest I get to reading audio. Oh yeah, I do actually read a lot of the books in Oblivion, so that's a thing. All right, let me get back onto the game. You guys are all really kind. Actually, sorry, I should be a good host. I'm relying on chat's goodwill on this, but Pickle Fights has been streaming Red Dead Redemption 2, my favorite Red Dead Redemption streamer who's hosted me today. So no, please do check that out. But yeah. Oh, no, not at all. I love interacting with chat, but I also suspect there's probably a bunch of you who are interested in this game because of its Steam release today. So I am a huge fan of it, because obviously there's a large number of you that just kind of came in, and again, thank you again to Pickle for that. I should maybe disclose that Brace Yourself did give me the key for promotional purposes, so I don't think that, like, the value of the Industries of Titan is not valueless. You know, I want to acknowledge that that was a very nice thing that they did, and I'm thrilled to be able to share this game with people, but it's also not like a lifelong commitment that requires me to sing its praises under all conditions. So, but the biggest thing is that it's kind of up to you to decide how much my, interaction with Brace Yourself is going to be affecting my opinion of the game. There's plenty of things that I could be playing. I like to think that my opinion would require a much higher sum than just the cost of a video game. But that out of the way, if you are sort of on the fence about the game, if you're trying to decide if this sort of thing is for you, I am really happy to answer questions. I know it's sometimes frustrating to deal with someone like me who goes on a bit, and maybe you just want to see what the gameplay is like. But I do think with simulation games like this, it really helps to sort of have an understanding of what's going on. And so if you want to know what the game is like, if you want to know what it's been like to have inside of early access, I have basically been playing since it was available on Epic. So Western flick about drifting horse and car. I actually have finally played a little bit of Red Dead Redemption 1. From what I understand, Red Dead Redemption 2 is an incredibly impressive game. Certainly the screenshots look great. But I've just got this vast wasteland, well, not wasteland, but I've got this vast catalog of, kind of classic console games that I haven't played just because I didn't have a console. Like, I didn't really have a frame of reference for that sort of stuff. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff that's not powered. I'm gonna have to make some decisions about where I want to cut. I'm gonna actually pause for a second. So when I found you were playing a different Brace Yourself games, I have a theme. Yeah, well, I mean, Brace Yourself have been very generous to me with their keys, and they make great stuff. So I'm Canadian. I really like being able to promote, Canadian games, because honestly, I think Canada struggles. I used to work in the Canadian film industry in a previous career. Canada struggles a lot to make its own films and sort of things that are identifiably Canadian movies. In fact, I would suggest that probably most of you would not be able to name a Canadian film, and it's possible you've seen a couple. I think you've seen a lot of Hollywood films that were shot in Canada, which is certainly what I was working on. But I think Canada really punches above its weight when it comes to gaming. If you think of, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, obviously the BioWare stuff, that's probably one of the more famous examples. But even Darkest Dungeon, Crypt of the Necrodancer being made by Brace Yourself, Lucifer Within Us, or Moon Hunters. There's just so many both, or actually even Apex Legends now. There's so many both top, like AAA, as well as indie games that are being made by Canadians. And it's a point of national pride. I'm obviously not making any of these games, but I really love being able to talk about them and to be able to show some support. So Brace Yourself is based in Vancouver, which is a city I miss terribly. And I never got a chance to meet anybody. I don't think. Well, I know I met OTDQ, who did the audio on this, or does the audio on this. Obviously, it's still in development. But you know, I like being able to sort of promote Canadian stuff. And the other game that Pickle Fights is referring to is Phantom Brigade, which is currently on the Epic Store. It will be coming to Steam, but I do think they want to sort of flesh it out a little bit more, a bit like what they've done with Industries of Titan. So there's no official Steam date for it, but it will be coming out. Oh God, yeah, Charlie. Outlast is another series that's Canadian. Red Barrels, I think, is former Ubisoft and EA employees. There's a lot of very good Canadian content, and I think it's really interesting to see the difference in the two forms of media. But I did say I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my power. What I need to make sure is that the factory I've called Rock Shiner has enough to keep going. So let's see if this stuff is blinking on and off. Okay, so it does look like my isotope. Oh, actually, it looks like all of the output stuff is being shut off. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch over to the Prosperity Hovel, and I'm going to start turning off some machines. So we'll do the outer ring for starters. Oh, it's so painful to just turn off so much money. All right. Had to be done. Moving right along, power is going to be a factor, but I think right now I want to turn off my... Well, actually, I've got a couple of tier 2s I can work with, so I'm going to get a little more progress on my ship here. I'm trying to make efficient use of resources. So in Industries of Titan, one of the ways that production works now is you'll see here on minerals, there's this list of tiers. So tier 1 minerals are worth 1 construction unit. You can refine them to tier 2. That's what was going on inside that factory over there. That's worth 5 construction units. And then you can refine tier 2 to tier 3 minerals. Those are worth 25 construction units. So basically you multiply it by 5 each time. It's a great way to make your minerals go even further. So one of the things that I'm trying to do here is balance the smallest number of mineral objects that I'm using. So what I mean by that is I've got life support here. Now, life support will require 4 mineral construction units. So if I use tier 1s, that's gonna lose 4 tier 1 mineral construction units, or 4 tier 1 minerals. Now the problem with that is that 3 of those could have been refined into tier 2 and tier 3. Whereas if I give up a tier 2 mineral unit for life support, yes, I'm technically wasting a construction unit, but what it is giving me is the opportunity to turn 3 of those mineral units into tier 2s, which of course means that I'm basically netting 14 construction units. So the problem is that a lot of my tier 2 units are now going into tier 3 production, which I'm going to be using to build additional power plants and such. So I've got this sort of knife's edge of trying to make sure that I'm updating, like I'm using the tier 2 minerals that I can, while I'm still also pushing forward on my highest tier minerals so that I can build the buildings that I want. But there is a threat that's coming to us. When this bar gets to 100%, the rebels are going to come to attack me. So in this case here, I'm sort of prioritizing the ship where I can. And right now I'm just going to build some life support so that my workers can get in the ship. So I've got our lasers down. I am going to need to put down some relays when the time comes, but I'll worry. Actually, one thing I might need to worry about is I might have messed up the placement. So if I put a relay down here, that's not going to touch... Yeah, that's not going to touch my... my generator. Now, one thing I could try and do is put a large relay down. What that would get me, the one thing that's nice about the large relay is that it's a little bit more survivable. So they would actually have to hit all 3 areas. And if I put just a single relay down, it's actually fairly easy to knock out my entire power system. But this is sort of a light scouting vessel, so I think I'm willing to shake hands with danger on this one. Similar story with crew pods. I want to try. Actually, you know what? let's just come clean and say we don't need tier 3 minerals right now. That'll also help me with my power. So I'm going to have an additional worker to go and just do other activities. This means that I can head back to the Prosperity Hovel. Actually, the Prosperity Hovel right now, it's currently enjoying leisure, so they're not going to be making me any money anyway. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn all of these on, but then I'm actually going to turn off the whole hovel. And it's just because I am a terrible boss in this game. I do the worst possible things to my workers. And so none of my employees are really sick right now. If they sleep, they get their health back. But because their health is already at 100%, I don't feel like they need sleep. I can just use the power to recharge my batteries. So no sleep for them. Okay, I'll stick a couple crew pods in here. I'm going to want 6 when all is said and done. It's going to get a little cramped in here, but I think we can make it work. I'm also going to need to put down some additional relays just to make sure that I've got the reach that I need. I might try and stick those relays just in the back here of these lasers. And then the rest is basically just cramming the ship full of, you know, like batteries and fuel extractors and such. Okay, so this relay doesn't quite get me what I need. I can stick it here. So I guess I'll put a crew pod in the back of that. Yeah, that gets me what I need. So again, like, if this was, like, let's pretend that this was like a competitive game and somebody would like try and, like, a player would try and take out this ship. This would be a terrible design. You just need to hit this relay here and it'd be game over. I'm gonna remove the employees for now. Just again, I have other things that I want them to be doing. But if the AI doesn't target this relay, then our lasers are gonna be working fine. Okay, I don't think I need more relays. I think I need crew pods, so we'll stick those down. Oh, I forgot a med bay. But I can still fit one. It's going to be awkward, but I think I can do it. One, two, three. I think once I put a 4th crew pod in, I'm going to worry about sort of some of the other components. Because if I don't have 6 people on the ship, that's not a problem. But if I don't have enough, like if I don't have the things to get this thing running, then it's not going to work for defense. All right, again, we'll kick out Jack. It's not that we don't want people manning the guns, it's just I have other things to do. Now the medical pod costs 6, so this is a case where I can actually take a tier 3 resource. So again, it's a little awkward to put the medical pod here, right? Oh, hang on. Nope, I'm blocking the path. Looks like I'm blocking no matter what I do. But this doesn't. This is an extremely weird way of handling it. But basically you can walk around the medical pod like this and still access the rest of the ship. Not my favorite choice, but gets me where I need to go. So battery wouldn't hurt. Battery is going to make sure that I don't... you know, if something takes out a... Oh yeah, actually the battery, if I have a battery here, then if they take out this relay, then we've got a source of, we've got a backup. So the rest of this is just how do I divide my attention between crew pods, batteries, and fuel tanks. I have some ideas. Again, it depends on how high this rebel threat meter goes.
Device complete.
So basically, the coverage I have right now, I don't believe... there's... No, because if I do that, that blocks. This doesn't block, though, so I might want to stick a small battery here. Yeah, I think this is the last battery I can put down. So fuel tank, pair of fuel tanks here, pair of fuel tanks here, drop a crew. Actually, you know, I can probably do fuel. I don't need to get fancy. 2 fuel tanks, crew pod, 2 fuel tanks, crew pod. We'll have a little bit of leftover space, but nothing to like cry about. And like just in time. So let's. I think I'm actually going to start putting some crew on. Because all of this stuff is surplus now. Like as long as I have enough people to man the guns, we can launch this thing and defend our enterprise from the rebels. And in the meantime, I can go to recycling, quote unquote, and we can make ourselves some new employees. I'd love to show you all the animation for that, but I'm under a little pressure, so I do want to make sure that certain things are happening. If I need some isotopes, I can get that running. Oh no! I used Minerals 1 on that. Shame on me. Feeling a little tense. So one of the reasons why I did this one is there's 10 rebel camps and you apparently get 100 new... you get 100 to your cap on influence every time you take out a rebel camp. So I'm hoping that we get to a point where we're just generating gobs of influence and we laugh at our enemies. That may not actually happen that way. Also, I'm just thinking about this. I could have dismantled this crew pod. I could have stuck a battery in here. You know what? I'm going to do it. So I can stick the crew pod there, and then we'll stick this full of fuel. Because obviously you want to store fuel next to your guns. That's kind of Battleship Design 101. I don't really teach it in university, but you just got to know these things. I guess one virtue of this is that it's given my battery a lot of time to charge. I could probably just turn off the... Oh, actually, this is a good idea. So I'm going to turn off the lasers temporarily. Actually, I'll turn off the medbay too. So what this is going to do is this is just going to reduce the demand on my generator, and so it just means that the medium battery gets filled a bit more quickly. Okay. Again, this is all gravy at this point. If I have to give up... if I have to give up filling this thing with fuel tanks, I'm not gonna be super upset. Let's go back to recycling. Oh, okay, so you didn't get to see the civilian go in, and apparently if you see it midway through, they just pop out of the conversion capsule, so we'll see if we can catch another one in the wild. Ooh, we're getting really close on waste. But I have certain priorities. What's happening with the Rock Shiner? Why aren't you picking up? Okay, no, we're good. more fuel tanks. Okay, there we go. Ah! I missed the animation again. So the idea here is that you take a civilian, they go into the conversion capsule, they go inside, you take out the extraneous bits, i.e. their organs, which is currently littering the conversion capsule floor. You replace it with much more efficient machinery, and everybody's happy except for the employee. Basically, you make them a better worker. They don't need to sleep. They don't need to eat. They just kind of do your bidding. It's actually neat. When this thing came out for Steam, which is today, one of the updates that was brought in is this new opening cinematic, which I think is really well done. And I think, you know, the game looks so beautiful that sometimes maybe just how awful you are as an owner, like that doesn't always come across. So you can sort of see the employees as some of the most tragic figures in Industries of Titan, because of course these are people who are, you know, they are pursuing, you know, the American dream, or like a get-rich-quick scheme, or however you want to sort of style it for yourself. Like, these are people who are coming to Titan with ambitions and hopes, whether it's for a better life, whether it's to make a whole lot of money. And the thing is that the business of Titan, this dream, is built on people who are going to be doing the hard work and like having to go on these dangerous ships and just otherwise, like, these are not going to be the owners. These are going to be people who the permanence of their status is kind of like the fact that their organs have been pulled out is kind of an indication in terms of how permanent their worker status is, right? You can go to Titan as a citizen. Maybe you have ambitions to become a ship designer or something. That's sort of the character that you see at the start of the game, or the start of the cinematic for the game. And, you know, the interesting one to me is that every single one of these workers represents somebody who had that ambition, you know, and was this type of person who would actually go and be able to pursue those kinds of goals, right? There are some people where, you know, they don't have that ambition. They're not willing to go to another country, another planet, however you want to style it, and follow that sort of ambition or that passion. These are all people who are capable enough to take the step, but Titan has ultimately crushed them, and they're now reduced to being somebody who implements the goals and the ambitions of someone else. So, you know, after seeing that cinematic, I sort of the employees are now just these super tragic figures to me. Who, I mean, I still want them to like do my stuff. Don't get me wrong. But every time you convert a citizen, you know, ultimately it is someone who wanted your job and ultimately has become a worker. So as you can see here, here's a citizen. Voluntary process. You're cleaning that up later. All right, but tragedy aside, let's get the Rock Shiner back online. So we can afford to start turning these things into tier 3 again. In fact, I would prefer it so that I can get my fuel and power problems dealt with. And we got a workday coming up soon. Oh, I'm also going to go back to recycling and put some more waste storage down. I really need to start getting that under control. And we are out of tier 1 isotopes, so I'm definitely short on workers. So I think I'm just going to disable my tier 1 isotope refining for now. We'll still keep with the tier 2s unless... Nope, we're out of those as well. So all of that's going offline for the time being. which is fine because I actually need the power to turn the prosperity hovel back on. And at 99%, I believe we are ready to see this mighty weapon go online. We've got our med pod, we've got our lasers, batteries are full, we probably have more fuel than we're ever going to need. Oh, we're actually short a bit on... And you get to hear some voice acting coming up soon. We're actually pretty close.
A new founder. Did you really think your little startup would escape our notice? We know you're taking money from the council, and we know exactly where your loyalties lie. Don't worry, we're only going to destroy your city, dismantle your corporation, and take you as prisoner. It won't be painful, at least no more than the pain you've inflicted on your employees.
Ah, so I see you've met Bahar Koroba, founder. They're the leader of one of the many disparate and desperate groups that call themselves rebels. Council will not waste resources on this, but you have plenty to spare, I'm sure. Deal with Bahar, founder, or risk my displeasure. So this is Einar Peer. This is our sponsor from the council, which sort of runs things on Titan. And we're left on our own against the rebels. So the Hunkered Rook, impress us. Now, I definitely want to take advantage of my human ingenuity. So let's take our small laser. So one of the things you might want to do in this situation is say, okay, where can I hit them to disable their lasers, right? Well, this is a tough one. Because in terms of relay coverage, this one is hit by like multiple... Like it's touched by multiple points of overlap. And it's also got this like battery to the side here. So really I'm going to need to... Like, I'm going to need to take out 3 or 4 relays. It's still worth trying, so let's rotate here. Let's try... This is the first I've really been trying a relay-based strategy, but I think it'll be interesting. Usually the first rebel's not that hard to deal with. Oh, God. Please tell me they're not going to try and fix every last... Yeah, they're so good at getting those relays back online. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to try and go straight for the crew. Definitely very FTL, but that's a very good thing. So this is good. Our pacing's keeping them from getting the repairs that they need. So in this case, we're just rotating on the relays. The laser's actually a bit of a smoking ruin right now. So let's see if we can hit the operators again. Where are you going? There we go. Nope, they're getting that all back online. So. Let's take advantage of the fact that they're trying to heal up. want to be conscious of my influence because there's plenty of stuff I could be doing and I'm not. But it's pretty much a done deal. In fact, I'm gonna spread the love a little bit. Alright, so we took a little bit of damage
I
ourselves.
underestimated you. Or should I say, I underestimated how much weaponry the Council's money could buy. I'm going to enjoy stamping you into the ground next time.
We're under strict instructions from the Council to ignore Bahar's, and I quote, perverse ramblings. The Council will be pleased that we bested them this time. Let's make sure we do the same next time, too.
Upgrade? No, prosperity hub. Okay. Right, so here I just want to take a second on the shipyard. We'll put in a repair order on the Hunkered Rook. So I can afford to sort of turn off the power on a few things. It is going to cost us credits to get the repairs done, but in this case we're full up in terms of isotopes. We've got a lot of stuff that we can claim. So I'm actually going to take advantage of this opportunity. I want to clear out some roadways for my for the future smokestack. So I'm actually going to go nuts on the isotopes, and then I'm going to wait for the 20 so that I can pick up another one of these mineral patches. It'd be nice to clear out some ruins, but this is a rare case where I'm actually able to dedicate some workers to some stuff I want to do. And let's convert another worker. I can definitely afford to upgrade. I'm going to wait for the work shift to finish, but I want to start upgrading my house, and I want to start building the fuel turbines and energy. We've got a lot of resources to work with now. So let's do power, new fuel turbine, new energy plant. Well, that pretty much cleared out my level 3 minerals, so I guess there's nothing else for me to do there for now. I'm not going to complain about that, though. These are two big improvements. I'm not going to have to turn off my equipment anymore. There's my level 20, so let's take the 50 minerals from this patch. So this is going to keep us in resources for a while. My future expansion is going to be to these ruins again, and I don't have enough influence right now. I hate doing this, but I will donate an artifact because I really need to get my income back up. Okay, so once the work shift is done, what I'm going to be doing is upgrading my my house, my headquarters, to a level 2 and then eventually to a level 3, so that'll give me the maximum coverage for my existing territory. It's also going to allow me to have more workers, which is nice. It's going to give me access to some new ruins, but more importantly, what I'm focused on is I want to extend the reach of the HQ so that I can stick a smokestack and start getting rid of some of the trash and recycling. Now, the ideal would be that I could build a road all the way through this isotopes patch. I decided to clear these out first, so it's not perfect, but you know, I'll work with what I've got. In the end, there's going to be some other changes that I have to do in the enterprise. But right now, I just need to start making more money, and the way I'll start making more money is if I can finally resolve my fuel and energy issues. Actually, we're really short on minerals in general, so it's probably about time that I started working that patch, and I might want to consider grabbing a second one just to be prepared. Okay, it's leisure time, so I should be able to upgrade my house as well. It's kind of upgrades everywhere. I don't want to go nuts with the isotopes because it's going to take us a while to level everything up. basically everything's going to get shut down with this upgrade, but I'm ripping the Band-Aid off. This thing's done building, right? Yep. So give me a chance to turn off the shipyard. So what I get to do with this this ship, now I'm going to take some damage doing this, but they added Fog of War to the game somewhat recently. This is just an absolute game changer. So it'd be cool if I could have more engines on this thing to make it zip around, but in this case I'll just be a little more cautious about where I'm heading. So again, the intention here was to turn this into sort of a residential area if I can, and it looks like it's pretty safe. In fact, if anything, it's getting me access to some more minerals. I'd really rather not find a turret. Oh, okay, so that's a level 1 turret, and it looks like, oh, if they're coming after me, this is a good opportunity. Come on, you coward. So if I can take this out early, a level 1 turret's not that hard to deal with. They got that built quick. Come on, you cowards. Well, looks like one of them's coming after me. Okay, what are we working with here? Sorry, little glitch on my computer side. Alpha GG says, forgot this is coming out today. Well, I mean, I think the game will still be here tomorrow, too. But yeah, no, it's, I mean, again, I don't like being that guy, but it is worth remembering that this game has actually been out for a while. I've been enjoying it for over a year, thanks to, Brace Yourself giving me the key. But of course, for a lot of people, they were waiting for the Steam release, which is of course what we're celebrating today. And it turns out that they actually did a couple of additions to the game. I was not expecting to see some updates. I was actually maybe a little disappointed that I wasn't able to continue the save from last time, although I think we're presented with some interesting challenges on this one, as it is. You know what? I'm going to try something new here. Spread the damage on a few more components, see if we can make them spend more time healing. And more importantly, actually, if I cut them off even at these relays, that gives me some opportunities. Because that cuts them off from the battery. Yeah, so they're getting the occasional shot in, which I'm not crazy about, but... So, I mean, there is a reasonable question to say, like, what did that get me other than some damage? I don't actually have a good answer to that, by the way. Broke to the 5th. Oh, sorry, Alpha GG. And I mean, I would put it to you this way. I like Industries of Titan a whole lot, but I wouldn't... If you're trying to decide what you put your money towards, definitely a video game is not one of the... It's not very high on the hierarchy of needs, so... But I do... Whenever you get around to playing it, I hope you like it as much as I do. I should actually note that on the Brace Yourself, so they're going to be streaming the game on Steam, like on the Steam page for a while, and I believe that they are doing draws every 10 minutes for a $100 Steam gift card. Now, keep in mind that because such an offer is going on, the likelihood of any individual getting it is quite low, but somebody's got to get those cards. So I believe if you go into the chat and you do !contest, and I think there might be a way to sort of register for the contest on their website. But those are two possibilities to get you. Well, if nothing else, if you get the Steam gift card, sorry, if you get the $100 Steam gift card, you can put some of that towards Titan, which I'm hoping most people will do. That's not the best way to get Titan, but it's maybe something for those of you who are watching your gaming budgets. Gives you a chance to watch some really cool people play the game. I think Brace Yourself is just a really interesting company doing lots of neat stuff, and it's a chance for you to potentially get some stuff. You need $100. I mean, it's $100 Steam gift card, right? Nobody needs a $100 Steam gift card. I think you're as entitled to it as anybody else. I'm just thinking it'd probably be a really good way to get an early crack at Titan. Well, earlier crack at Titan. All right, fuel turbine. So I would normally want to upgrade the energy plant, but the fact is that I've currently got 10 fuel, and I need more. This is going to cost me 24. So this is basically going to wipe out my isotopes. Well, as they currently stand. But this is the right call to do, especially because we're in leisure time, so I can afford a brownout if it happens. I am repairing this thing, right? And I am freaking out a little bit about my access to resources, so I'm going to start cleaning up the last of the minerals. That's a 39 versus a 40, so we'll take the 40. I don't know if I'll do the same for isotope patches, although it would be really nice to clear out this one. And one worry I have is that I've taken up so many of my workers in this this intermediate work. But the one thing I can do right now with recycling is convert some more citizens into employees. And then, of course, we'll turn around and convert, or redirect some ships into my, uh-oh. I guess we're going to have to wait for that fuel turbine to get to level 2. Again, this is why I do it during leisure time. The bit of good news is that with the upgrade to my house to level 3, even though I've basically cleared out my level 3 isotopes, I have now swelled the ranks of my workforce, or will be able to swell the ranks of my workforce. So all of that mineral extraction that I'm doing here, I'm going to be in a better position to handle that. It's also worth sort of considering, so because I'm at sort of the last of my minerals for the next little while, I do need to consider things like, okay, what is my game plan for getting more minerals? Well, one of those things is going to be just to investigate all of the ruins in the surrounding area. And if there are any locations that have ruins or that have minerals already inside them, and I'm not going to get any red artifacts or anything like that out of it. Obviously, that's a first place to go to get things that'll be upgraded to tier 3. What I want to make sure as well is that I keep enough tier 3 minerals and then eventually isotopes when it comes time for that to be able to build some mines to start working on this mineral node. And that's when I'm going to start building some more specialized factories and such. That's really going to be where hopefully this enterprise takes off as far as sort of maximizing its sort of productive potential. But again, there's a little bit of a balancing act to do just in terms of managing all the resources. Like right now, I'm short on everything. And one of the biggest ones is actually labor. Part of that is me sort of kicking the can down the road on a few things. So the fact I haven't built a smokestack and I've just been trying to build more and more waste receptacles to delay the inevitable, that has costs. That has consequences. Employee management. Oh, you know what? There is one thing I can do here, seeing as I've got these upgrades in. I think I can finally dismantle this fuel fabricator and this generator. What I replace it with is another question. I might even consider replacing the storage container if I can come up with a clever enough design pattern. Okay. More conversions when I can. Let's just make sure that the rock shiner is doing what I want it to. Yeah, I think going to top tier minerals is the way to go here. I just need more workers. I'm going to stick a few more waste modules as I get tier 2s, but I'm going to focus on getting those conversions done first. More conversions I get done, the more workers I have, the faster this stuff is going to get realized. And more importantly, now that I have, now that I've got my furthest range as far as the... That's not true. Oh, probably because this is currently occupied. Yeah, there we go. So this is tier 3, so the furthest out that I can build a smokestack would be one of these areas. So, got a few options as far as building additional fuel turbines. I want to keep my options open, so probably a smokestack here or here is my best bet. Normally I try and build a smokestack that goes all the way out to this single area here, but in this case, you know, as luck would have it, this crevice is in the way, so. How far are you? So 2 hours, 23 minutes, I guess? I haven't been speeding up yet, so about 2.5 hours into the game. I tend to play the game on the slowest speed, which frustrates some, but I think for other... Like, the thing for me is that I don't mind taking the time to think about what my next moves are going to be while I'm watching certain things happen. Like, I like seeing the city being built up over time and such. We've just gotten past the first... So one way that you can measure this is I've gotten past the first rebel threat, like the first wave of rebels, which is normally kind of... I guess that's the point where hopefully you've encountered sort of each of the game's systems. But everybody comes to this stuff differently. So for instance, I was watching the founder of Brace Yourself Games, Ryan Clark, play this on the Steam stream. And he definitely put a lot more emphasis on building road networks. I definitely got them built a lot faster than I am right now. And I actually think he's right. Like, I would love to build a big road just going right down the middle of this thing. Of course, I'm going to have to clear out all of these, all of these ruins in between. But I think it's worth doing. So, there's going to be different approaches that people have and different priorities that they assign to certain tasks. Like, for instance, here, I'm clearing out these 2 ruins specifically so that I can build a smokestack, which I've already paid for in terms of the credits, but I haven't yet built. Never up speeds games, it drives your friends mad. Yeah, well, like, there have been times, even on stream, that I have sped up Titan just because I know exactly what I want to do, and there's no benefit to just drawing out the experience. But I don't know, like, for me, I tend to find, like, so for instance, Stellaris. I definitely, for a very long time, played Stellaris in such a way that I would be on the fast speed. Okay, let's get that spaceport. I've got a new way of how I handle the spaceport storage. If a civilian ship blocks me, if I can't get a civilian ship based on spaceport storage, then I pay for the upgrade. Otherwise, I tough it out and say no. Like, I use my red artifacts for other things. Like, for instance, we're going to run out for building new employees, although I'll have other ways of dealing with that. I wonder if I've already been docked the red artifact. But yeah, like it's what I tended to find was that I would be playing on the fastest speed, and then I'd pause, and the fastest speed and pause, and effectively it would kind of turn the game into a turn-based strategy game for me, which for me is kind of my idea of heaven, right? Like I love the Civilization series, I love XCOM, I love Into the Breach. There's just so many really good games that are turn-based. Phantom Brigade's turn-based. But it's a, you know, to me, I just sort of feel like if I'm just kind of, my brain is just crashing from one problem to the next, I just sort of feel like there are better ways that I could be playing. There's more enjoyable ways to experience a game. And so I have a tendency to, when I start doing that, to sort of push the difficulty down like one notch. And generally that's usually where I want to be. And of course, just the nature of the stream, right? Like I speed the game up a lot more when I'm playing privately, and there's a really easy reason to see why. Like when I'm streaming, I have a tendency to talk a lot, and sometimes what I'm talking about has nothing to do with the game. Some people dig it, some people really hate that part about the stream. And so being able to play a game at a slower pace, for me, is an opportunity to sort of have a little bit more self-expression, I guess, for lack of a better term. Do I have any? No, I don't have any dedicated workers, so it's interesting that I got idle workers. How are we doing? Okay. So, do I want to try and clear out this isotopes patch first? Do I want to try and build the big long road? I probably want to keep this open because I might want to build a fuel turbine here. So maybe smokestack, big road. Yeah. I'm going to save up the 40 influence for this isotopes patch. How do I clean that up? So my workers will automatically go and clean up whatever messes they need. Now, this is assuming that I have places for them to put it, which I'm actually going to build right now. Do I have anybody on cleanup duty right now? No, it looks like nobody's cleaning stuff up. Probably because they don't have a place to put it. But basically, workers will come along and do the cleanup for me. I'd actually prefer to have more workers to do that, but unfortunately, you know, I either need to start cleaning up more of these ruins. Actually, you know what? I can probably split the difference. Get myself up to 22 workers. Gotta wait for the red artifact to be acquired. Let's also think about what my next building is. So we've got the smokestack. I do need to consider a mine at some point, but I think we can get by. I have a plan for being able to get a mine. The question is, do I have roads yet? I do not. Okay, so transport hub it is. So that puts me in a little bit of an awkward position. I want to make sure, like, my projected daily earnings are razor thin, right? I got 93 at the moment, and I'm going to be getting rid of income generating individuals and turn them in. I'm going to turn them into employees, which are actually taking away they're taking away sort of money. But you know, the ideal, I guess the assumption I'm running under is that by doing these conversions, I'm just going to get more work that's done. So for instance, you'll see these guys who are dutifully sticking stuff in the waste receptacles. And the hope here is that I'm going to be clearing a path to let them do slightly more effective trash cleanup. Eventually, I'm going to just blow all this stuff up, and this recycling center is no longer going to do anything. But I have a while to go before I do that. So the ideal is that we'll build smokestack here. We'll run the road down here. So for instance, I could. Once I get my next influence, I'm going to be able to convert this into a red artifact, which I can convert into another employee. Oh, there's two, so my margins are sort of intact. Hey, the Eyes of Sin. Well, not long time no see, but happy to see you as always. And the Eyes of Sin is... So the reason I shout her out is actually not just because of her Twitch abilities. Every once in a while... every once in a while she will stream. Does a very, very good job of it. In fact, we were talking about Canadian game developers earlier. One game that I really got to relate to Sin with is Capybara's Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, which I am just a huge, huge fan of. Oh, hey. Olaf, I just saw a message that you wrote. That's super nice of you. But Eyes of Sin also has the unique distinction of being a very talented artist who did my emotes. So for those of you, we had a couple of resubs tonight. So some of you have access to these good ones. You do have access through channel points as well. So I'm not going to take that away. I think that's actually a really good thing to keep in, because not everybody can necessarily support the stream financially. But the Eyes of Sin did really great work with these emotes and is available for hire. So if you are wanting to hire them, there is a Twitter account that they run, which is probably the best way to reach out. In addition to being good at emotes and art, Eyes of Sin has also done voice acting. So I always like to sort of highlight the Kickstarter for the Horizon Zero Dawn board game, but Eyes of Sin has actually done voice acting for a number of people, streamers such as Elegy, and is also branching out into photography now. I actually think has done a really good job on a few of those. So the Twitter page is one place where you can see some of the work as well as potentially hire for commissions. But there's a couple of other places where you can see the art as well. Some of the older work, including some of my emotes, are available on a Tumblr page. And for those of you that would like to see maybe some of the more recent work, there's also a Ko-fi page. And this Ko-fi page has the list, so it's not like Patreon. There's full access to the gallery. But for those of you that would like to support Eyes of Sin, and I actually noticed that there's a few of you who have inside of the from the stream, so I actually really appreciate you doing that. Obviously, the Eyes of Sin is a very good friend and somebody whose art I want to support and just sort of do what I can to help lighten a rather tough time. This is a way that if you have the means and the interest, you are able to buy a coffee for the Eyes of Sin. But if you just want to take a look at some fancy art, that is also a really good way to go about it as well. The Eyes of Sin is definitely somebody I want to take the time to shout out because, of course, they're talented across a number of different, media, a number of different, a number of different talents. But it's always difficult to try and make a living doing that sort of stuff. And I actually know that Eyes of Sin is actually currently looking for work. So if you have leads, I'm sure it would be appreciated. I'm sure remote work is good as well. But the thing is, I know Eyes of Sin not just as a very good friend, but as somebody who there is no question to me in terms of who I would hire for future artwork. And it's one of the reasons why I like to take the time on the stream to specifically shout out their ability, shout out their character, and to give you all an opportunity to see and potentially support that work. Not at all, Eyes of Sin. You're very much worth it. All right, so for some reason, I am out of space on isotopes. I guess it makes as much sense as anything for me to turn this stuff on again. It wouldn't hurt to upgrade some of my buildings. Does mean that I'm going to give up some workers to get this all done, but hopefully we're going to be fixing that by converting some more people. I also want to see what's happening in my HQ, or rather my house. We'll worry about that in a minute. I think I have some other priorities to work on. So for instance, we can clear out this ruin. Again, I would have loved to make it 40 influence, but the fact is that we've already got a lot of workers picking up all of this stuff. Laryl, 55th of their name. Thank you very much for that subscription. Or is it Laharl? That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for giving me that support. I know subs are very coveted, and the idea that anybody will, will put away money for something that they can get for free is definitely a bit of a weird one. It's happened for a while, so I know it can happen, but it's one that I sometimes need to get used to. So thank you so much for that. I feel like I recall your name before. I don't know if you're resubscribing or if I'm just making up stories. But one way or the other, I really do appreciate that. Chalk, still here. Some love. Seeing you the other week made me want to test the playtest. Oh, that's great. It was a charm. Just bought the game today. That is wonderful. Yes, okay, good. I'm glad that I'm not... Like, this is the thing, right? There is always an incentive, especially after somebody has... like, donated or, like, subbed or something like that. You're like, oh yeah, you're the guy with the face. Now, okay, out of curiosity, because this has actually been really bugging me for a while, you weren't the person who said, if you do Civilization, could you let me know? Because I actually committed to let somebody know when I was doing Civilization next, and I lost the piece of paper that I wrote the name on, and I've actually been... That's right, no, okay, no, you would have been after that person then. That's right, so you were actually here when I was first streaming that game. Now I remember. You've desired this game since a year now. You're glad that you could play. Yeah, so first of all, that is fantastic that you got into the playtest. There was actually some stuff in the Steam release that I didn't know about. So there were some surprises for me today, which was great. I mean, who doesn't want to be surprised by a favorite game, right? And sorry, I completely remember who you are now. I took a little while for the hard drive to spin up. But no, yes, you are the Titan fan. But yeah, this game has just been great to follow. And obviously, I mean, part of the thing is the community that it attracts. I hope you've been in the Discord. It seems like a lot of people were really enthusiastic based on the playtest, which is of course great, because that also means that likely people are going to be enthusiastic about owning and playing the game. But more importantly, it actually really... I was talking about this with Nate Valian, who picked up this game. It's so wonderful to have people kind of come in and say, I mean, again, like there's something a little self-aggrandizing if you're only going to worry about like people who bought the game because you played it. But to just have somebody say, it's like, hey, you did this thing, I really wanted it, and now I've got it, and I'm loving it. That is one of the biggest things that I like about streaming, to be able to know that somebody connected with a game that they're thrilled about. To me, anyway, that's a huge perk. I'm getting into a bit of a danger zone here about putting down waste receptacles, but I kind of need to get this started. This is like the last batch of storage I'm going to do before I start burning it all up in a smokestack.
Device complete.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm most interested. So again, like this is a me thing, but I really do like reading the roadmaps and reading the patch notes. So being able to find out things like, it looks like for the next few patches, there's going to be a lot of work on ruins and, artifacts and what artifacts are going to do. Like we've more or less, like to me at least, when I look at the roadmap that Brace Yourself has given us, like I see a lot of focus on tech trees and kind of basically making ruins and artifacts a little more interesting. Not that they're not fun now, I just think that there's probably more that we can extract out of it, so to speak. So like that's something I'm personally really looking forward to. But everybody's kind of got their thing that they're excited about in these games. It's why these games are exciting to play. So Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I need to appreciate too is that, like, they've talked about on their Twitch page, they've talked about the conversations that they have in terms of stuff that they would like to do in the game. And I know we're not privy to those conversations because, of course, if you talk about that, like, the easiest thing in the world is to talk about something that you're excited about. The easiest way to disappoint people is to talk early about stuff like that and then not have it be implemented. So, you know, I completely understand why they want to, you know, keep some of that close to their chest. But yeah, I don't know, like, it's an exciting game. It's an exciting time to be in the game because there's obviously going to be so many more people who are playing it now. Obviously, I'm going to have to give up a little bit of my, like, I used to have a pretty comfortable spot in terms of, like, being the only person playing Titan at a given time. So, you know, I was got a little too comfortable, you know, being able to have a captive audience for this stuff. But it's really hard to say that it's anything less than thrilling to see, you know, a new group of people play a game that I'm really into. Okay, so in the absence of better options, I'm actually gonna reconfigure some of this. Like, this is just gonna turn into a big battery. I'd love to sort of move around some of these storage containers and that. I don't think I can afford to do that. But I can at least try to make the most of my infrastructure. So, of course, the ideal would... Actually, you know what? I might be able to get away with this. So as soon as this thing gets built, I demolish this fuel tank. I think that's going to work. So drain the one to fill the other. Hopefully that works. And then we just rebuild the new one. That's a tier 3, though. Can actually probably do that with batteries, too. Oh god, this is such a dumb thing that I shouldn't be killing all my batteries at once, but I'm in spring cleaning mode. It's just all these tier 1 resources that I can turn into something better. I really want to get that done. Real quick, biggest beef you have with the version at the moment? For you, it was unwieldy combat, interface, and movement. Conquering by force is so tedious at the moment. I definitely find the rebels to be very strong and very difficult to deal with. That's not a huge beef for me because I'm actually opting into harder difficulties. But I do agree that past a certain point, the amount of effort it takes to take out a single turret is quite daunting. And then on top of that, not only do you have to deal with the challenge of the turret, but if a second turret shows up, if you have to contend with a region that's covered by 2 turrets, you're potentially in a world of hurt. So it's hard for me to say that it's like a major, like, frothing at the mouth kind of difficulty that I have. But I think probably we have the same pain point on that score. I think that depending on how you build it, you are sort of like investing a lot into some very hardcore ships early on is almost a necessity at a certain point. Should probably take a sec. Oh no, this thing's already being built. I also need to worry about about an energy pylon. So what's the cheapest way I can handle this? This is the best spot for it. It does potentially cut me off. So one thing I'm worried about is where I'm going to put the roads. Okay, so maybe a transport hub here. Oh, hang on. This is not nearly as complicated as I think it is. So I'm obviously not going to put the road up here, so I can just stick the energy pylon either in this slot or this slot. I think I'm going to stick it here. Was my main gripe. Well, actually, so the one thing that I tend to do, like once the rebels get to a certain level, I usually just try and buy out their land from under them. I do occasionally find waste to be a bit of a tough one for me to deal with. I've got some better ways of kind of managing it. But every once in a while, I sometimes feel like my workers kind of go off and work on sort of trivial activities. It's definitely improved quite a bit. And I will admit, this is probably the most I've played of this current patch. I did a little bit of recording in advance. That was where I discovered that there was a new opening cinematic. But I'll admit, you might actually have more time in this version of Titan than I do at this point. Yeah, well, it's also because this game doesn't give you any option for micromanaging, and I actually think as a whole that's a good choice. But it does have, like, it's a choice with consequences. It's one that can be difficult to, it can be something that's hard to deal with if you have certain expectations. You know what? I think we should go for broke, and it's leisure time, so let's upgrade this fuel turbine. On energy plant, it's a little early, but let's just go all in. And in fact, I could probably put down a turret. Nope, not enough. Okay, well let's. Yeah, so like here's a great example, like little stuff like this, right? Which is there's just so many single minerals lying around that I don't have any, like, I don't have any space for them. And they're not getting upgraded. So like there's this untapped, well, I mean, the one thing that'll help me out here is I think some of the logjam can be broken by doing this. Oh yeah, we knew that was going to happen. That's not a big deal. So the hope is that some of that tier 2, tier 2 area is going to be taken up with tier 1s. I mean, I can just bite the bullet and put down another storage container somewhere, but my usual spot for that would actually be recycling. Well, I don't feel good about it, but I'm doing it. Actually, one thing I can afford to do, I don't need this conversion capsule anymore, so we can start dismantling these. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there is something to be said for the start at the micro level and build out to the macro. I do like the fact that it becomes more ideal to start building cities as opposed to building factories. I think probably, actually no, we don't know if research will fix that. I don't know if conveyor belts are coming in, but the idea of being able to sort of link together, like your processors is definitely a thing that's coming up. I should be building my pylon. I don't know, there is one, so if there's one thing I think about me as a Titan fan, is that I sometimes get worried about like my feedback, because this has been true for every game that I play. But as a whole, I am usually very happy to be playing like whatever game I'm playing. I'm actually quite easy to please. And sometimes what I think a developer might be looking for is actually critical feedback, like to not hear that everything that they're doing is great, and actually this thing really sucks and annoys me. And I'm not very good at giving that. I mean, sometimes, you know, when I hit a pain point, I don't shy away from saying it. But every once in a while, like I do sometime, like, you know, like I'm genuinely happy to be playing Titan most of the time. I think it's a really good game. It's a game that I enjoy a lot. And so, you know, I sometimes have to recognize my own limitations in terms of feedback and that. But like as a whole, like I am, like it's not a, you know, brace yourself gave me this key to a game, so I want to say nice things about it. Like I am actually very enthusiastic about the game, and generally I think it's on the right track. Like I don't really have a lot of cases where I sit down and say it's like, I'm not really sure about that choice. And it may be a blind spot for me, but it's just it's the way I feel. Okay, I think I need to get a little bit more focus in terms of how I'm building up the base. So I'm gonna save up for my isotopes patch here, because I really need to start getting people working that down so we can have a road. Like, if anything, it's just so we can have a road to recycling and just burn the trash in the smokestack. I'm also going to have to clear these out so I can build the transport hub. This is going to mean that Prosperity Hovel starts running. Oh, actually, this is something I can do with Prosperity Hovel. We can finally get the last improvements. So what's it cost me for a habitat pod? Oh, that's a tier 2. Ah! There's so much stuff I want to do. In fact, one thing I'd really like to do is put down a council monument, but I don't have the money for it right now. Absolute power. Oh boy. I think I'm just going to let this happen. And I've got 8 influence that I need to get the isotopes patch. I'm going to need to clear these out for the transport hub. So the reason I want to do the isotopes patch first is because it's going to take a lot of time to mine it out. Clear these out. This will get me some red artifacts, so if I feel a lot of pressure to get this stuff done quickly, I can move ahead. The biggest thing right now is the waste is not the end of the world to me. Like it's gonna be very crummy to look at, and it's not gonna be fun. But I have, like, I'm gonna have a road that can just have a constant stream of trash that's going into the smokestack. So my bigger worry right now actually is the fact that I'm not really earning enough credits. Oh god, yeah, transport. I mean, like, transport generates a lot of pollution, so it makes you very scared to use them. But the ability to move stuff so quickly is just, like, there's no compare. Ah, I forgot there's that waste here. Okay. I really don't want to build waste receptacles with tier 3 units, but... Wait, I got it. As many waste receptacles as we can. We're so close. We get all of those tier 2s back as soon as we we deal with our waste problems. This is actually the first I've sort of remodeled the headquarters like this too. I don't know if it's worth the effort, but it's definitely got me a lot of tier 1 minerals that I can work with. Got to go upgrade your pylon, see you around, keep up the... thank you so much, Laryl. And again, I actually really appreciate you dropping the sub. I know the big incentive for the subs is usually the ability to use the emotes. And people who don't, you know, like obviously you enjoy chatting, but you're not memeing in the middle of the stream. So, you know, I realize that it's sometimes of limited utility to you, but the support is always appreciated. I definitely never want to take that for granted. It's really cool that you're still hanging out after so much time. It's weird to believe that it's been over a year with Titan. Game keeps getting better and better. So I hope you enjoy your enjoy your time on the moon, and we can compare war stories after. Well, that's incredibly kind of you. So thank you. Okay, so we can do some upgrades now. So I'm gonna take this to tier 2 isotopes. So we're now on our way to getting rid of these isotopes. It's still going to take a while to get this worker to go through it, but it's something that I want. At some point, I would really like to get someone mining out this final minerals patch, but again, priorities. All of the waste is gone, so I don't think there are going to be any interruptions to setting up a proper mine here when the time comes. But again, I want to get my waste management. I need 30 influence. I want to get that waste management infrastructure dealt with first. No, we're back to this. Okay. And this stuff takes 2. Okay. So again, this is just to try and get the budget up a little bit because we've got all of these workers, but we didn't actually, we didn't get the financial support in the form of additional citizens. So it's kind of the time has come to pay that piper. Looks like we can also... We're still at level 1 power. Oh, good lord. I am building so many council monuments, it's not even funny. Should put it like right beside the garden, the smokestack too. Okay, let's do one last improvement with the fuel tank. It's a minor touch, but... So there is a question as to whether or not I want to upgrade all of this stuff to, like I want to add a second floor to this and make more money, or if I want to just finally get to the point where I'm building residential and office buildings. Again, a huge component of this is just, do I have the money for it? Right now, I just don't really earn that much per turn. And that's purely my fault. I didn't invest enough in my people, and I over-invested in workers. But again, I have to reconcile with that now. We're in the middle of a work shift, so I'm not going to kill the energy plant. I am, however, going to stick employees in the smokestack. How many people do we have sort of dedicated to stuff? Oh, we should be laughing as far as productivity goes. So yeah, the road is the next priority. It'll sort of run like this. I'll get these done first because it'll let me build a transport hub. And again, there's going to be a cost in terms of my employees, but that's just an excuse to sort of start moving this stuff down south. I really should have moved it ages ago. Just Diligently working away at that mine. What do I want to do? We've got our 20, so let's extract the red artifact. I mean, suppose if I'm adventurous, I can stick a defensive turret. No, I can't, because we still don't have... I keep forgetting these things are so expensive. I did kind of build this assuming that I would have a defensive turret, so this is, you know, a long time in coming. Doesn't mean, like, I have the ship. I can handle myself if we're attacked, but just so much of my stuff is concentrated in this one area here that I might as well, you know, I might as well work with it. Oh, that's ugly. Okay, it's leisure time, so let's upgrade. We'll probably spike the manufacturing for a bit, which is unfortunate, but I gotta live with it.
Extraction complete.
Okay, so that's all she wrote for our... You know what the crazy thing is? If this stuff can get... let's get this thing as a priority, because if this can get built within 2 minutes, I'm going to be able to snag this, this ship. So my workers develop a sense of urgency. Turns out that battery strategy was actually a really sound one. I guess if I'm short on waste storage, I can stick them all here. I do like the idea of concentrating it in that workspace. In that one factory where I have sort of a straight line to it. Again, it'll generate ungodly amounts of pollution, but this was intended to be a temporary... You're kidding me. We still have time. Oh no! We got it built on time and then the power went out. So, come on, you can do it. Saved. Oh, that was an emotional ride. So, I mean, 5 extra workers is not gonna like, I'm not rolling in the dough off of this. I do actually need 2,000 to be able to buy the office and residential. I do think it might make sense for me to, like, what other buildings do I need to buy? Council Monument does kind of make sense because of the extra influence it gives me, and I do have a big surplus of energy at the moment. But money is the thing that's constraining me on a lot. So I think I'm just going to take a leap in the dark. Get a residential, the office will be the next thing that we build. And I have an opportunity to upgrade the energy plant one more time. 3 red artifacts. And transport hub. Okay, so I want tier 2 for this. Does it have to be combined? No. Do I want to combine it? Yes. We're achingly close to where we need to be. Well, also, one of the reasons I want to get started on this mineral mine is just so I can finally get past this this rather insane problem of having too many tier 1 minerals and just not being able to upgrade them. Like, it's embarrassing that I have an upper bound on what I can, you know, what I can put into my buildings just because of storage constraints. And not all, incidentally, not all of that is going to be resolved by getting rid of the recycling or like by building the road. Like the waste is one thing. I'm at the very least going to be able to sort of pull back some of my waste storage and put it into something that's maybe a little bit more permanent. But that is not a settled issue by any means. I think what's probably going to wind up happening here is I'm going to stick storage. Well, if I stick storage here, then there's going to be no place for the road. So I guess I'm going to have to do... Ooh, this is tricky. Okay, so a road down like this for starters. Then probably a road that goes like this. Now, there's a problem with that in the sense that I can't really... Like, if I'm going to put a Zethane extractor, I guess I'm going to have to put it here. So we'd sort of run it out like this. Sort of down to the side. I hate that it's going to be hugging so much of the crevices, but... Yeah, we'll make it work. I don't know about you, but I like the douche bits. Only 9 more isotopes. Oh, that's right. I guess I can start to afford to stiff my workers, but if I do that, I'm not going to be able to pay for the... Are you kidding me? Wow. I was not counting on that happening. I actually need to build another fuel turbine. Ugh! Well, I know what my next 20 influence is. Actually, let's not stand on ceremony. Let's make this happen. I guess I could have also put a fuel turbine here. I'm getting a very strong impression I'm going to have to move the shipyard, but I'm also not drastically opposed to doing that. I definitely think getting the residential and office complexes up and running as soon as possible is pretty important. We're going to be in better shape as far as the waste is concerned very soon. Yeah, I need 200 for a fuel turbine as soon as possible. So I want to buy as many trucks as I can. For starters, but I know some discipline is required. And looks like we've actually got our last tier 1 mineral. So I'm going to buy up this minerals patch just so I can say I have. Clearly, we have more than enough in terms of minerals right now. I should not actually be pursuing too much in terms of mineral acquisition. But at the very least, I can lay the groundwork for what this work's going to be. I think probably the way I'm going to build this road will be like that. So mine, factory, road goes here, maybe storage here. Of course, we don't have the storage capacity at the moment, but storage capacity is one thing, but we don't have the storage building. That's why I'm obviously going to be focusing on obtaining the office complex. And I now kind of wish I put a little bit more in fuel storage, but hopefully that's going to take us. We only need one more tier 3 mineral to get the fuel turbine. We should be fine. Now, the one thing I am a little disappointed in myself about is I suspect if I were to take a look at some of these rebel camps, they are probably quite a bit stronger than when I first looked. It would have been nice to be able to chase them down when they were weak, but I do also think that I'm starting from a generally stronger position. The one thing that's nice is that, unlike some of my other runs, I have not been spending as much time idle. The only thing I'm a little disappointed in myself with is the general tardiness in terms of getting the residential areas up and running. Because the thing to remember about the residential areas is I'm also still going to need to clear out all of these ruins. It's why I keep threatening to build a council monument. Because being able to get that influence quickly is a big deal to me. But again, it sort of depends. It just depends on what the game has thrown at me. If nothing else, just being able to like convert Prosperity Hovel into something, you know, a little more permanent and away from like the trucks that are going to be running through here are just going to be a nightmare. So just being able to get rid of the recycling, being able to get rid of the shipyard, to actually make some meaningful decisions in terms of where I'm putting certain things. So for instance, if I take a look at the Zethane, right, I might want to put a fan down, let's say here, right? That'll blow away all the pollution. We have a road, you know, it ends. I've got, let's say, a storage container somewhere, maybe storage container in front of the fan, blow the pollution away from the residential areas, and you know, stick them here. I mean, they'll be unhappy with the council hall, but they'll be even more unhappy if I let them, you know, eat up all the Zethane. Actually, come to think of it, I could maybe put the residential area where the shipyard currently is, and then, because there's a sort of Zethane dead zone from the fuel turbine. I need to think about that a little bit. Three more isotopes. Now I need to start thinking about what my next steps are. I think I said... So I really wanted to pick this one up, and maybe I want to pick up this isotopes patch instead, because that's going to be blocking my future road expansion. I'm also going to need to eventually replace my shipyard and move it somewhere. That's actually going to be a hard job. I should also keep in mind that I want to keep some roadways open for when I eventually try to extract from the ice. Actually, no, I could probably build an isotope mine here already, and then follow that up with maybe like the mine well, if I put the factory here again. Okay, there's ways of, I think there's ways of handling it, but it's going to be a little complicated. It's just feeling very cramped at the moment. Yeah, so if I think about it, let's just take a look at, like, in terms of livability, I don't know if there's a huge difference between like this area and this area. So if I stick Like residential, office, residential. I kind of can't extend it out here. Maybe I do like office, residential, resident. Well, even that. Yep, definitely Eyes of Sin. I think I've not put as much time in Factorio as I have in this game. I think this game is a little friendlier in terms of its of onboarding people. That, or I just haven't put enough time into Factorio. But I definitely feel that you know, games like this, like Satisfactory, Surviving Mars, definitely sort of all in very comparable spaces. Okay, I think we're ready to stick a road down. And, well, we'll wait till the road's built, but then I'm going to turn on truck pickup. This is level 3, right? Yeah. We're almost ready for a new work shift. So we won't have enough to buy the buildings that I want. Oh, we're ready to claim this isotopes patch, so let's get somebody working on that. Actually, yeah, you know what? I can put down the council monument then. Okay, so the question becomes, if this is spoken for, residential-wise. Ah, see, the thing I'm forgetting is there's going to be pollution that comes from this mine as well. So no, I actually do need to run them deeper. Okay, well that's fine. That's good, as long as I know that. It is a little friendlier in the middle here, actually. Okay, interesting. I'm still going to deal, I mean, again, the livability penalties are not that bad, and pollution is more of a killer than being close to the council hall. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I can get 2 of each. So residential, office, residential, waste, road, waste, fan, road. Doesn't tell me where I'm going to put my... No, hang on. Okay, so... Okay, so this is cut off here. Oh no, it's not even. It's, okay, so this... There's going to be a fan in one of these slots. There's going to be storage area in one of these. Better still, storage area like this, fan at the end of one of it, so the road... Okay, no, I've got an even better idea. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's the office and the residential areas. We do the storage like this. The fan goes like this. The road goes all the way up here. And then that lets me just rotate this shipyard like so. I'm so close to being able to get my big turret. It's not happening! Let's just go nuts with the smokestack. We got a lot of trash to burn. In fact, yeah, I think we're just going to do upgrade city at this point. Okay, so gotta make sure I'm not completely losing my mind again. One, 2, 3, 4 offices. Or sorry, residential. 1, 2, 3, 4 office. 1, 2, 3, 4 residential. We take the storage. We stick it like that, where partly over this works. Fan goes here, Road goes up to here. This is free for the spaceport. I'm a little embarrassed it took that much effort to try and figure out, but I think I can make life a little bit easier for my people if I put a fuel turbine down here as well. I did not need a level 3, in fact. Yeah. This is kind of just because I can. Nope, I messed this up. If I do that, I can't put the road through it. That's why I didn't put it there. I need to use this isotope patch. Alright, I probably caused myself some problems on... Nope, I can still build a shipyard. Let's roll the dice on a choice here. So, new office for me. I want to start getting this stuff built right away. Okay. We can afford to build a residential, so I shall build a residential. But did I mess up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this one's fine. This will be where the... Right, this is where the storage starts. Again, I messed up. Trying to keep my tier 3 isotopes for times I really need it. Although I am running into storage problems, so we will upgrade. You know what? We're going to upgrade all of this. If I can. Yeah, I can't afford that, but... Big smokestack. Pollution's not a... Eyes of Sin, is pollution a problem? You're the decider. Let me know if pollution's a problem. Actually, for those of you who are still here from, it's Pickle. Sorry, I call them Pickle, but it's Pickle Fights. The game that they knew me from was Phantom Brigade, and there's I kind of came up with this summary for the game based on something that the community manager for Industries, well, for the Brace Yourself community manager, there's 2 now. There's Jared J and Maddie. And Maddie had said one of the things about Phantom Brigade is a game where you spread hope, which is absolutely true. That is one of the mechanics in the game. But it just occurred to me that you can actually come up with not the two perspectives, but the two games that Brace Yourself is currently working on can be summed up as saying that, in Phantom Brigade, the objective is you spread hope, and in Industries of Titan, you spread pollution. So, okay, sorry, I just took a look at my time. Last time I looked at it, it was like 2.5 hours. Now I took a look at it, and like 2.5 hours have gone by. I'm coming on to my hour and a half has gone by. I have no idea what happened to the time, but this tends to happen to me with Industries of Titan. So I suppose par for the course. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am, but I know there's quite a few people playing it tonight, I think. At least I hope they are. Okay, why did all of my energy suddenly just vanish? Oh, because it's the Hunkered Rook. All right, so we knew this was going to happen. I can actually upgrade the... Oh yeah, it's leisure time actually, so now would be a great time for me to turn this into a level 3. In fact, I might be able to get by... 1, 2... Not quite. I'm 1 short on this smokestack. Let's do a quick patrol. Again, I'm not expecting... I'm expecting to see nasty things that will do me harm. Some tasty resources here, though. Oh god, oh god, oh god, they're strong. Okay, lots of rebels over here. This might actually be the first area I want to clear. Good god, look at all those resources. This might actually be one of... I might want to clear out this side of the map just because it'll give me so much higher... so much of a higher... influence cap. Okay, we're going to build roadways over here. Okay, no, the time has come to claim this minerals patch. As much as I want to build a new spot for the... So we're going to have 6 people working on burning trash for a while. And I'm not going to lie, seeing us capped at 300 again makes me sad. Because I would really, 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 really like to build that turret. I'm also going to do something a little reckless here. I'm actually going to start dismantling these waste receptacles because I do eventually want to dismantle this this entire recycling area as a whole. I haven't left a lot of people for processing though. I might have overdone it on this. Well, no, that's not true actually, because right now to be able to clear out recycling, I want to I want to be focusing on getting rid of as much trash as I can. I think the residential is actually going to have lower lower livability than Prosperity Hovel, which is kind of funny, but... Okay, I may actually finally get to build this stupid turret. Part of this is a little bit of a waiting game too. I've assigned myself a priority of getting these residential areas built first. That means taking the time to clear out these ruins. Actually, I suppose one approach I could take would be to build the office now. Yeah, I guess residential, office, residential, and then I expand them later. That probably is not a bad one. But I guess I wanted to build the... No, screw it. I'll build with what I've got. The faster I start earning more money, the more trucks I can get, which means the faster this stuff is going to be able to, you know, load up the smokestack. if I really want to kick my economy in the pants, I can actually take some of these workers out of the ship, put them back into my workforce. The trouble with that is if something happens, it's hard to get them back. So. Should maybe just double check that the rock shiner's producing. Good. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't like strangling it to tier 2s or whatever. It just means that people are going slow. Yeah, look at all the happy new citizens. I guess, Isofsen, you didn't get a chance to see the opening cinematic for this. Sorry, assuming you're still kicking around, I don't want to put you on the spot because I know you like to work while you're watching. Actually, I could make this a general question too, but I was just thinking Sin might particularly like this image. But has anyone here not seen the new intro cinematic for Industries of Titan? Because I am a huge fan of it. And maybe that's something that we can end the stream on if there's interest. So again, I'm getting pretty aggressive in terms of pursuing the waste reduction here. The idea is that I want this. I do not want this to be a permanent waste solution. I'll leave space for people to be able to move stuff in, but the trajectory should be waste is going down. And I want to make sure that I don't have any sort of surplus bins. In fact, the ideal will eventually be when I get to... can I not rename that? Yes, I can. All right. What should we call my shipyard? For now. Oh, I could name it Feed Ship. Feed Ship's like a Dutch yacht manufacturer. Yes, that's right. My knowledge is so broad that I can tell you the quality yacht manufacturers. If you want a boat made, you go to the Dutch. Okay, cool. If you're still around, I shouldn't be going for too much longer, but I think you might be. I think you might find it interesting. But please do not take that as like you better be here when I end the stream and see the video. If you don't see it, I can send you a link. But it's a neat one. I like it a lot, and I like it for a lot of different reasons. Sorry, I'm gushing a little bit about Titan, but it's an exciting day, right? Everybody's got a chance to be able to experience this game now, independent of what their platform preferences are. I'm really hoping that the game is selling well and that they're able to do the development that they want on it, that they're able to sort of make the game that they had in mind, because they are a surprise. I think if you were to, like, we can take a look at the credits. It's probably a good thing to do because obviously a lot of people have worked very hard on this. But I think you might be surprised to see how small the team is compared to how much stuff there is in here. And like, actually, it's not just that. It's actually the, if you think about just where this game has gone over the course of a year, like this is one of the things where I'm going to talk econ for a little bit. One of the things that I studied quite a bit at work would be productivity. One way of approaching this would be there are calculations of GDP. So there's a pretty well-known one of saying that GDP, gross domestic product, sort of either the collected demand of a country or the collected supply. There's a few different ways that you can sort of count for it. But basically, it's this measure of economic activity. And one way that it can be measured is that you have a quantity of labor, which we'll say is it measured in hours. Oh, hey, why is this game on pause? You thought this was an FPS game about large mechs. What game is that? Oh, wait a minute. It's by those people who ripped off Fortnite, isn't it? Yeah, like Titanfall. You know, it's actually really cool. So I really like that Titanfall game, and I actually think it's super cool that, you know, obviously Respawn started small, and they obviously implemented a superior game that they really loved in Fortnite. And like, I think it's really cool that a company was willing to do that, right? Because I think a lot of people will thumb their noses at people who are just trying to learn their craft. And then you can see all of the effort that that team put into it. And they made this wonderful single player experience called Titanfall 2. And it's like a really good story. It's like it's kind of like a buddy cop movie almost. And I mean, I'm hoping that because of the success that they saw with that Titanfall 2 game, that they might be willing to put in solos, as you know, the fans really demand in their, you know, their Fortnite clone. But either way, like I actually really think it's cool how much Respawn has grown as a studio. Anyway, sorry. For those of you who don't know, Brian on the Rocks is a heck of a guy. I actually have no idea why he puts up with me. But normally, I only behave this way in his chat. But no, Brian is another Vancouver developer. So Brace Yourself Games is based in Vancouver. Brian works at a much larger developer by the name of Respawn. So he is a designer on on Apex Legends. In fact, Brian is an amazing ambassador for that game. I mean, obviously there's a very good community management team behind Apex Legends, and it's a community. I mean, that team has got to deal with a lot because I have seen the messages that those people get, at least the public ones, and like, there but for the grace of God go I. But honestly, like, Brian, I don't even know what the catalyst for him streaming was, but I had been following him for ages, and it was just this dormant account. And it's okay. So like, when I talk about the Eyes of Sin, when I talk about Olaf, when I talk about these people who do rare streams, there's a reason I say follow them. Because every once in a while, those accounts go live, and it will sometimes be the best stream that you've seen in like a year. And just Brian started streaming. Probably, I think it would probably be more fair to say he started streaming again. But I don't think I got to see him stream the first time, and has just been killing it. Like, you know, has got a tremendous amount of energy. I cannot say that I disliked Apex Legends, but I really liked Titanfall 2. And, you know, I did one round of Fortnite. I think I got something like top 9 on my first try. I'm like, you know what, top 10, the first time I ever play a Battle Royale, I'm okay with that. I have completed my Fortnite experience. And so, like, and you know, I've got some things about the Battle Royale genre which strongly suggest that it is not for me. That doesn't mean it's not an elitist statement of like, oh, you know, only kids like that. But like, I definitely was strongly of the opinion that there was just not enough in the Battle Royale genre to sort of keep me engaged the way that I would be with other games. And it was actually it was Brian playing Apex and just the energy, the passion he brought to it, but more importantly, like the way that he was able to spin gold out of some of the most outrageous and unreasonable stuff that was being thrown at him in chat. Like even now, like I will see people who are like long-term viewers of his that will still do the old like, oh, EA is greedy, EA is making Respawn do stuff that they don't want to. And it's not true. Like, I mean, you all know that I've got a love affair with EA. Like, honestly, they're the best publisher. Like, unless you count self-publishers, obviously. Like, clearly, Brace Yourself Games is the finest publisher. But, you know, big publishers. And look, if EA changes, I'm willing to change that opinion. But right now, they're great. And I think a lot of people like pretending that company is the company that it was under John Riccitiello, when it probably expanded faster than it should have and had to make some very difficult decisions in terms of what they wanted to keep and what was viable to keep. But all of that aside, right, like Brian, like I said, he spins gold out of some pretty, like stuff that I would kind of consider to be, I'm not really sure. Like it's you don't go to somebody's house and like, make fun of their rug or something. That rug really put the room together. So based on his enthusiasm, based on his passion for the game, it's very clear. You need only see a few seconds of Brian's stream to see what's going on there. To see his passion for the game that he works on, and specifically just the joy that he gets out of other people enjoying that work. It was enough for me to finally like properly give it a shot. And I'll admit I've had a good time with it. I have sort of fallen off the wagon a little. I guess that would be referring to me like getting back into Apex Legends. I've sort of fallen behind in terms of doing it. But one thing that was also interesting is just his description about some of his design decisions, and that made me check out the Red Death mode for Civilization 6, which some of you have seen me stream, and I really, really enjoyed that. And so a little bit like I've been describing Hollow Knight in terms of just being a game that allowed me to appreciate a genre in a way that maybe I hadn't before, and I can now go back to games that maybe I didn't give the fairest look to because I didn't quite have the right frame of mind for it. I can definitely say that Brian did that for Battle Royale for me. I really enjoy the Red Death mode. I'm definitely getting something out of Apex Legends. I wish I was better, but I'm not going to get better unless I put more time into it. That's on me, frankly. Again, on top of all of that, he does game dev stuff on his stream as well. He was going over a bunch of games in the demos for the Steam Next event. He teaches at a college. Now, he doesn't do he doesn't stream his lectures, but he has definitely shown a couple of little Unity projects he's been working on in terms of teaching combat design. It's great stuff. Like, I've known I can't say I've known Brian for a while. There are a lot of people in his stream who've known him for longer, but I definitely know him at a time when, first of all, Vancouver is a very happy memory for me, not least of which because of the spaces that Brian created and the just kind of the memories that I have. I was in university. University isn't universally good memories. Sometimes there's like really hard stuff that happens there, and I needed to like get my act together. But in addition to having really fun, just kind of having a very positive personal experience with Brian, the other thing I can say is that I've just been really happy to see him go from strength to strength throughout his, kind of his game development career. And, just being able to, to kind of come along for the ride. And the fact that I've been able to just have my gaming experience enhanced by watching his stream is the icing on the cake, really. Like, it's cool to just be able to hang out with a cool guy who I think fondly of in terms of my time in Vancouver. But to turn around and just be able to get so much out of his stream is a good bonus. So anyways, that is an overly long description, but I will say Brian is very different in style from me. He's actually entertaining to watch. But I definitely, I definitely give him a very strong recommendation. I think if nothing else, just simply because, some of the streams I like the most are the ones that give me a totally different perspective on something that maybe I wouldn't have looked twice at otherwise. Anyways, I will also say, Industries of Titanfall, I think you are the kind of man who can make this happen. You've built community spaces. I don't know if you know the Brace Yourself people. I just assume all game developers know each other. Just call them up, say, look, I represent Respawn, and we're here to take your game to the next level. Yeah, well, that's just it. I mean, I tend to shout out people who don't want the, who don't want the shout outs because they're the ones who deserve it, right? Work is the worst for this, honestly, but there's no shortage of people who want to somebody does a really good thing and then somebody just wants to run to the front of the parade and pretend that they were the one to organize all of it. There's a lot of people who are like that. I have to deal with them on a day-to-day basis. The people who don't want the credit are the ones who I want to highlight for the good work that they're doing. For instance, here's another thing I should let you know about Brian. Brian apparently found out about a bonus at work, proceeded to max out his donation level. So EA has a matching program in terms of charitable work, maxed out the contribution to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, and encouraged a lot of other people to do donations as well. I got my first, some of you may not know this. I actually got my first paycheck for streaming. Like somebody paid me to do a stream. I put that in the bank right away. I don't give that money to anybody. No, that's not I'm paying down some debt on that. So I'm, I do give to charities. But that one was, first of all, not as large of a bonus. But yeah, no, Brian is incredibly giving. Like, this is the thing. I am comfortable enough that there is no excuse for me not to have taken that money from streaming and immediately put it towards charitable works. I didn't, I do my giving. In this case, I didn't do it. The amount that Brian put in was just staggering. I'm just privately like thinking to myself, is like, I really hope he has a hard limit, because he's a very enthusiastic fellow, let's say. Again, just one of these things where you see somebody like that, and the first question I need to ask myself is like, so why couldn't I, or why didn't I do that? There was a Titanfall Tactics game? Okay, now I gotta find this. Yeah, well, I'm hoping, I guess the bonus is spoken for, but I'm let me know. I will do my part to try and make you whole, because that was a lot that you did. Anyway, sorry. I know some of you don't like it when I just kind of based on some of the YouTube stuff. I know people don't always like it when I focus on an individual in the chat, but I don't always get a chance to catch up with Brian, so I'm always happy to see him in the channel. Sorry if some people find that alienating, but I don't mean to. Speak up, and I will gladly point and say, you are the important one now. Oh, I screwed up. Okay, let's cancel that construction. Let's go back. Ah, nuts. I'm not going to be able to get that back, am I? Because the defense turret takes 8, I actually wanted to put tier 3. Tier 3 isotopes. So the workers are going to have to pick those up. One thing I can probably do to make my life a little easier. Actually, let's not get them doing the isotope thing. So I'd normally want to build out the... Actually, how much space do we have here? So we've got space for 32. We've got 33. All right. I'm going to wait till the end of the work shift on Prosperity Hovel, and then we're just going to dismantle everything. Work ends at 5, I think. No, 4. Okay, we're almost ready to dismantle Prosperity Hovel. So, Brian, I know you were into Phantom... At least I think you were into Phantom Brigade. Did you have any opinions on Industries? I'm still trying to get a read on what kind of games you like. I'm assuming you like a little bit of everything. But I was mildly curious if you had any opinions on this one. Okay. Time has come to dismantle the Prosperity Hovel. Yes. Everything because a designer should. Okay. I'm going to send you a little something called supply chain. Actually, I think I sent you supply chain already. Let's test that theory. All right, everybody get out of here. I want to dismantle your home. I made Rock Shiner last a lot longer than I thought it would. I think I probably need to start building the factory here. Eventually, I also need to build the mine, but the mine's the last component. I should probably expand my residential and office as soon as possible, though. And while I'm at it, let's get that. The fan is probably the thing I want to build first. So I'm short on money again, but... Alright, this is going to be where the factory goes, so let's claim some of that land. I wish I bought more trucks, but... got plenty of time. Oh, I also have upgrade space, right? So one thing I would like to do is to build a second ship, like a second like combat craft. The second wave I don't think is all that difficult, so we should be able to survive it. But the plan was to actually build a more robust navy before the rebels got too strong. I think the alternative plan is going to have to be to get my influence production up. Essentially grow to a sort of this overwhelming strength, and then just have the sheer force of numbers to back me up. But that's kind of a little further down the road than I want to think about right now. Okay, so we get to keep some of those minerals just because we already put some down. And for our residential... we only need 2 ice... Really? Oh, have we exhausted... Good Lord. I'm really good at eating up my resources now. Okay, that's not the end of the world, though. So basically, we've only got tier 3 isotopes. We've taken all of our isotopes. There's nothing else to be done with them. But that does mean I get 2 free workers now, because I can just shut all this off. And, I mean, we get a little bit of power back, which is... nice. The real key behind this, though, is the fact that I have 2 more workers to work on stuff. Oh, come on. All right, well, they're going to go work on other stuff for a little while. But let's... first of all, give everybody a home. And we're going to give them an office to work in. And then they're going to make me a lot of money. And then I might have to call it for a night. I was a little surprised I didn't already have that that transport hub at a tier 3. Just kind of seems like a thing I would normally do. So again, just a reminder in terms of the overall plan. So eventually I'm going to dismantle... oh, looks like I can dismantle it already. So there's going to be storage that goes here, there's going to be a fan that goes here, and the road is going to extend one down. So the idea here is that I've got capacity for storing waste as close as I can to my residential and office areas, and that basically they're going to be able to take that waste and run it straight to the smokestack. Now again, this is not the best place to be. The spaceport is loud, and the council hall is this very... I mean, would you want your boss looking into your apartment window? No, who would? But it's the spot I've got, basically. So, essentially I'm trying to make it so that these things are not going to get shut down by having too much waste in them. And then everything else is just going to be to try and get as many workers as I can, supported by this very large, residential block. I'll build a bunch of conversion centers and such. And then at that point, sort of, we should be, we should have our mineral and isotope mines ready to go. Basically, this is the point where I want to kind of go to the moon as far as my resource acquisition is concerned. And you can already see, look at just all of these trucks kind of going in, and all of these workers, like, just see how many of these things have been emptied out. That's exactly what I want. Just dismantle all this stuff. I'm not at a point yet where I can buy the storage, so I'm not ready to completely dismantle this. But I really don't want there to be anything else that people are putting waste into. And also, ideally, we'll be recovering those minerals. Okay, these guys are ready to combine. Not quite ready to build another office yet, but the big thing here is that I just want all this to be ready in time for the. I want all this to be ready in time for the next work day, just so I can maximize the return. The more credits I get, the more I can buy just, stuff that I need, and then it's just a question in terms of how quickly I can turn my raw resources into refined ones. Which is why I will be building more council monuments, because this is a really slow way to get influence. And we've got pots of Zethane, so there's really no excuse for... Like, I probably should have more turbines at this point. We're in a little bit of an odd spot, so like, I'd probably put a turbine here. I guess I already put one here, but like, I really just want them to be one step further from where they actually are. So there's a little bit of a complication on that front, but... The biggest one for me right now is just starting to relocate the rock shiner closer to the mineral node, which has now happened. $300? I think I saw a movie about that. Alright, that's actually a little more costly than I thought it would be, so we're probably not going to have enough jobs for all of my pops, but that's fine. I'm just going to add as many pops as I can. If you take a look at the overall health level, you'll notice that it's now lower than 100%. That's purely due to the smokestack and the roads. It's also why I want to be building that fan. But again, it's just a question of priorities. So my first priority right now is to have as many people as I can in the startup, and then to be able to make sure that they're gainfully employed. Because just having citizens doesn't mean anything. If anything, they're just going to die on you. If you have, on the other hand, if you have citizens and there is a job for every citizen, that means that you're generating a lot of money. So in this case here, I'm essentially looking at projected earnings of about 2,000. So that is equivalent, once I've paid my workers, something I'm always loath to do, by the way, I essentially have enough to buy 2 buildings every time a work shift ends. I am somewhat debating of actually hitting the fast forward button for the first time, because I have a pretty clear idea of what I want to do. But I'll give it a little time. Let's actually take a minute here and see what my people are doing. Okay, a lot of people moving minerals. I don't know if I have quite the same need to, because they're all single, like they're all tier 1s. And I think I have enough tier 1s. It's really just a question of getting those tier 3s up so that I can upgrade the office. Not enough. Oh! Oh, also not enough living space. Alright, screw you then, game. I wonder if we can build another residential. Oh, I hate that I'm doing this. I am actually going to chase it, though. I'm also going to make it a priority because I'm an idiot. the rebels are going to show up before I've finished upgrading my defensive turret. Oh, yeah, I'm screwing myself here. Okay. I don't think I have enough isotopes to be able to turn this turret into what I want. Let's do our best. Let's try and get these isotopes back up and running. So obviously I'm pulling 2 workers out of the pool. I can live with that though. Is this thing gonna be done in 30 seconds? Almost certainly not. So it's kind of... I was chasing something I shouldn't have. So I really want to connect this factory. I only want to connect it with tier 2 isotopes though. I think at this point here I want to start clearing out the isotope patches I have access to. Once these are done, I need to start making some hard decisions in terms of where I want to expand. I have some easy expansion just in terms of being able to take out these ruins and such. But at some point I'm going to want to, I'm going to want to grab the area near the mine, just mineral nodes. Again, mineral nodes are the slowest way that I can extract resources, but it's what I have available, and it's something that I will it's a reliable income over time as I pursue other objectives. It's 4 a.m. so I think the work shift starts at like 8. Yeah. So I've got 4 hours. I'm a third of the way. It's not impossible that we're going to see that combine. Those rebels are almost on top of me. So I want to know where the single isotope is not in here. What I want to know is where is this tier 1 isotope? Because I'm kind of waiting on it. But with 99% rebel threat, I think we need to prepare. Are we... Oh my god, I didn't repair it. Oh, you idiot! I've got 3 hours before I'm earning any money. Why? Throw it all in the ocean. Two hours before the work shift starts. Let's see if the rebels make their move. Should just shake the people in the spaceport down for money.
I see you didn't heed my last warning, so I'll show you just how serious I am. Surrender now, and I might show you mercy. Proceed to fight, and I'll destroy you.
Hunkered Rook is not one to back down from a fight. We are, however, going to trace them. There we go. We've got a turret helping us out. Oh my god, what am I up against? I don't think there's any way that we can I think we're just going to start hitting the lasers. I have no idea how I'm supposed to take out the... This is a tough one, just in terms of the relay layout. Looks like they're freaking out about it, though, so... Why are you standing there? Ah! I'm glad I got a turret focusing on these guys. Oh, when will they grow tired of this nonsense? Deal with them swiftly, Founder. Our patience is growing thin. Sorry, you don't get to see the cool fireball reflecting the edge. Knight 97M, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? And I apologize, so it does look like the raid message is the one that doesn't work for me, so please give credit where credit is due. That is not who you should be. I'm sorry. I am a failure as a broadcaster. Hopefully all this stuff is happening over like the pre-roll ads, so Knight can not have to know what a complete hack I am. I'm sorry. Okay, it is Knight 97. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? Can I give you a hard time on that spelling? I'll call you a nice person if you don't. Like, the really shameful thing about that is man, like, there's no justification for doing it. Your name's nothing like that. I don't know where that came from. Anyways, how are you doing? I have to assume you were streaming Industries of Titan. Or maybe you weren't. I just kind of assume everybody streams Industries of Titan. Sorry, I was thinking of wrapping up around the time that finished, and now I'm completely off my... I'm not doing a good job of... I'm not doing a good job at all at saying hello. Okay, sorry. Let me recombobulate myself. I also didn't have my my tea and my water, so let me just get back on track. We survived. That's a good thing. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, first thing. Let's... You're not familiar. I think you put it on your list after the podcast. Yeah, sorry. What am I saying? You're... Yeah. Also, Knight... Yeah, okay, sorry. Let's do this over again. Because Knight 97... Sorry, okay. The first thing I need to say about Knight... actually, Knight you will probably know from hosting D-Pain, because I believe you join him on your... The problem is that I don't usually watch the multicast, so I hear your voice. I'm pretty sure it's your voice that I hear on the broadcast. I think you've even said hi once or twice before. But let me reintroduce Knight. Knight, actually, I got to meet... I think I knew of him before with D-Pain. I apologize. I actually don't remember whether or not I knew you from the podcast or if I knew you from before, but I'm pretty sure I've seen you on D-Pain's stream before on his 4X nights. But one way or the other, at least some of you will remember that Apocalypse, who we found through Chimera Squad, had given me an invitation to join her, and it is D-Pain on their podcast, the Pointless Discourse podcast, abbreviated to the Pointless Podcast, which I highly recommend you all check out. But it's not enough to be invited once. It's very important that you be invited again. And that's exactly what Apocalypse and D-Pain did, but more importantly, that is also what Knight 97 did. So we got a chance to talk and geek out a bit about good science fiction. I definitely got some good recommendations out of it, and I'm hoping I gave as good as I got. But I don't actually think I've caught an individual stream of Night 97 from it. I think probably I tend to see you more through our gracious host. Either way, though, I'm sorry for the Industries of Titan. So I've had Titan on the brain today, so I was like, I just kind of assume everybody who's hosting is hosting related to this game. But it's a great game, so I wouldn't blame you if you did. But with that in mind, having now firmly established that you weren't doing Industries of Titan, what were you playing today? Sorry, I'm a clown, and I have been going for almost 5 hours now. There's a sharp drop-off in quality past a certain point. Oh, am I going to fail to pay my people? You know what? If I fail to pay my people, I don't care. That is not my problem. What is my problem, though, is that my isotopes are not getting refined. Oh, nope, they're getting refined, they're just not getting picked up. Minecraft on Monday. That's what... Actually, the local game dev collective now has a Minecraft server, which I've never really played that much of it. I started a little bit with a server that a friend had recommended, sort of friend of a friend, but sort of fell off the wagon a bit. Sorry, I say fell off the wagon. That means I get back into something. I fell out of the habit, is what I mean to say. Sorry, again, I'm frazzled now. I mean, obviously survival crafting is huge. Actually, I think that's the thing that surprises me the most about Minecraft. It's not that it had the success that it did. That's a great question. I don't know, but I will answer that for you because... Oh, man. Eisen, do you have any links to some of the creations that you have made? Oh, sorry, you're asking Knight, not me. Do you have links to some of your Minecraft creations? Because those are mind-blowing to me. Yeah, I'm still kind of running around New Dirt City, which is the name of the Dirty Rectangles server. I'm still walking around in rags. But yeah, I think the thing that really impresses me about Minecraft is not just that it became sort of the phenomena, but the fact that the survival crafting thing is still going on. Like, you know, there seems to be no limit to the number of games that do that. And like, there's a demand for them. That's the thing. Like, you know, you can make any number of puzzle platformers, and you may or may not find an audience for them. But it seems like, you know, not only is there a limitless supply of sort of survival crafting games, but they all seem to be meeting with some kind of success in the marketplace. Or maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about, because I still haven't played a lot. Do some work with fire. Oh, I have no idea who those are, but I just really like the pictures he sent me. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about here, but I can tell you about a voxel dystopia that I'm building. Look at that beautiful rain. That's Vancouver rain. Oh, okay. Actually, here's a fun bit of trivia. Fun if you like poverty. There is a suggestion. So apparently Philip K. Dick, the author of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which was the inspiration for Blade Runner, huge influence on the aesthetics of this game, and of course a huge influence. I mean, the thing that's so funny is that it feels like every E3 there's like a cyberpunk game that comes out, and it's basically just redoing the art direction of Blade Runner again. And everybody talks about its really innovative art style. It's like, you know, Cronenweth's was an amazing cinematographer. I am actually quite sad to say I do not know the art director. And of course, Sid Mead, I think, did work on Blade Runner. So if you are going to be influenced by something, that is a fantastic pedigree to be influenced by. but perhaps innovative is not the word I would choose when it comes to that. It's a very well established, and it works. It's great. I cannot get enough of that style. But one thing that maybe is not appreciated, and again, I don't know this for sure, but Philip K. Dick, author of, again, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and of A Scanner Darkly, Minority Report, Imposter. Man, I find out stuff that Man in the High Castle, which is a favorite of mine. I actually tend to find out that he has written stuff that I didn't know was an adaptation of his work. But apparently he spent some time in Vancouver's downtown east side, which may possibly be the poorest postal code in Canada. In any case, I think Brian, I don't know if, yeah, actually, Brian, is the video game campus near where the film campus is for Vancouver Film School? Because if so, I've spent a lot of time in that neighborhood. And I think he can say that it's not necessarily the image of Vancouver that people first have in mind. But there is a suggestion that sort of the relentless reign of sort of what has now become this sort of cyberpunk trope is in fact Vancouver's reign, and that just sort of being passed down from that time that Dick spent in the downtown east side, it sort of crossed over into these derivative works. And essentially Vancouver is partly responsible for dystopia. It is, of course, worth remembering as well that William Gibson lives in Vancouver. He was a draft dodger, moved to Canada. I believe has stayed in Vancouver. Maybe he started in Toronto, but I believe has lived in Vancouver for a very large and meaningful part of his life. So it is, of course, only fitting that Industries of Titan... a cyberpunk management sim be made from a team in Vancouver, because it's just cyberpunk coming home to its roots. Please keep in mind, though, that I have not found verification for that Philip K. Dick Downtown East Side story. That may be made up. Or maybe not made up, but I may have been misinformed. But I have at least heard from somebody who I believed at the time that there may be a Vancouver influence present in Dick's work. Full isotopes, that makes me sad. It's actually not a whole lot I can do about it either. What I can do, though, is start clearing out my waste receptacles. I'm kind of happy how recycling, quote unquote, has been pretty amenable to dismantling. I'm actually seriously debating on just dismantling everything. You know what? I am going to go aggressive. Okay, I can't go aggressive anymore. There's no space. Again, the plan, when I can, I'm going to build a storage facility to connect to the road. I actually already have the fan. I messed up. Nope, no I didn't. Please tell me we're repaired. Oh, good. Oh my god, we're getting so crowded out by all this other stuff we're building. I gotta work on that somehow. Well, I'll work on it with storage facilities. That's actually not the end of the world. Okay, here's an interesting question. Do I need minerals for anything else right now? Technically a ship, I suppose. I'm going to start building my grand roadway. Admittedly, I can only get like four lanes of it, but basically it's going to go down and around like this. And before too long, I should also consider... I should probably consider some conversion centers, because I'm pretty light on employees, and there's really no excuse for me not having a bigger workforce. Oh, this is a perfect spot for a council monument. Well, this would be the better spot for the council monument, because it makes the living spaces a little more attractive. Eventually I'm going to boost these up to tier 3, but I'd like to get my turret up to level 3 first. And at some point I am going to need to build a better ship. What this is about, though, right here... So one thing that's nice is that I've got a roadway now connected to the rock shiner, so if there are any minerals or isotopes or whatever, they can sort of get into this road network. That's appealing. Another appeal is that... I'm going to be able to... so this factory is going to turn into the main mineral refiner. This is going to be the main source of mineral extraction. And so basically I'm going to be able to get rid of this building and replace it with something as an alternative. And I'll just have more specialization as far as my materials are concerned. Now, there is a concern in the sense that I am ultimately going to be exposing my residential areas to a bit more pollution. There will be pollution coming from here, pollution coming from here, but I can build air purifiers for that in the worst case scenario. I think I need 144 for the turret. Yeah. I hope it's not messing with the Zeth thing. Ah, nuts. I sort of messed that up. I don't think it will hurt my... I don't think it'll hurt my production overall. But I do want to blow away the pollution, so... I really want to upgrade this, but I know if I upgrade it, then that's going to starve me of... that's going to starve me of the isotopes that I need for my defense turret. So let's just keep adding to the road. That's not exactly where I wanted to put it. I mean, I'll put it there eventually, but... Get out of here! How are we draining our battery? Does it really take that much power? Wow! I thought I had so much more. I guess, but like I went crazy on my residential, so yeah. Turns out I do not have unlimited power. That is something of a pickle, because I was really hoping that I would be able to dismantle the rock shiner before I built, like, before I got my new, actually, hang on. Okay, how do I make this road work? It's a roundabout way. Okay, so we build a road up here and around like this. The question is, how do I get my storage? So what I'm trying to figure out here is how I can fit... now, you know what? I just need to build a command center. I need to stop trying to force stuff that's obviously not going to work. So mine here, factory here, storage here, road goes in, out, around. Everything fits perfectly. So what I'll do is I'll prep the factory for I'll prep the factory that'll be doing the isotopes now, and then I can split it up. Thank you for. I'm sorry I didn't engage a little bit more, Knight97. I appreciate the host, and I hope you have a good sleep. I'm probably going to be heading that way myself relatively soon, although I was hoping to get some more recording done. But I went too long, played too much Titan. Not that that's a hardship. Maybe I just turn off the fan. God, this is tough. Okay, let's think about my other upgrades, because I can definitely... No, this one's already happened. Oh yeah, I guess I want to be building... I guess I want to be building a new factory. Eventually. Okay, actually, here's something I can do to preserve... So this will last me forever. Here's the easiest thing I can do to preserve my battery life right now. Launch this ship and then just turn off the, just turn off the shipyard. $5,000 a turn. All right, we're in good shape there. See, I'm really just waiting on influence. Okay, so here is the longer term plan. I do need to wait for a... I need to wait for a... I need to wait for at least a full work day. But what's going to happen... I'm going to take the money that I earn in the next sort of pay cycle. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy up a storage facility. I think that's actually all that I really need right now. Council monument probably wouldn't be bad to pick up, but that's a nice to have. That's not a necessity. So what I'm going to do in that case is I will... I want to get this factory down as soon as I can. I'm going to split up the rock shiners so that there's the sort of the mineral and the isotope part of the equation. What that's going to let me do is that's going to let me build another energy plant where rock shiner used to be. And that will that'll give me the energy for the next batch of upgrades, essentially. That in turn will cover a council monument. That's going to power the factories, which are going to be dedicated towards mineral and isotope refining. And of course, if they're going to be dedicated towards mineral and isotope refining, I'm going to have that many more workers that I need. And so as a result, I'm going to need some conversion centers. And of course, the nice thing here is that I'm ever so slowly starting to sort of expand out. Like I'm beginning to clear the ruins, but I could clear the ruins a whole lot faster if I would just get the... Where's my energy going again? What's happening here? Oh, never mind. It's the rook. But yeah, a lot of this is sort of contingent on a very specific ordering of events. Which will be fine. Like, it's going to happen, but... Okay, work shift started, so I think I'm just going to wait for the thousands to pop up first so that I can buy up. I mean, I do eventually need to get the mine as well, so maybe... How much am I earning again? 5,000? Mine, storage facility, and a council monument, and the rest goes to cars. And I'm at my cap for minerals, so what am I going to do about that? No, I have an easy answer for that. I do eventually want to build an energy plant, but I can at least get the groundwork for... I'm going to call this design the Opus Magnum. Alright. These are all 5s, right? Yeah. So I'm going to use all my 5 stuff first. Oh, I hope I didn't mess this up. Hear that sound? That's progress. So the thing to remember about what I'm building right now, this is just a chance for me to dump some of my minerals without having to build additional storage. I'm not actually using any of this yet. So the thing I like about this design here is that in the ideal form, I think it takes roughly about twice as long to process Tier 2 to Tier 3 as it does Tier 1 to Tier 2. And so this setup basically goes, you're going Tier 1 to Tier 2, that immediately goes Tier 2 to Tier 3 at the same pace. And then there's a little surplus here, but that's because it's actually sometimes helpful to have Tier 2 minerals when you don't want to use your Tier 3s elsewhere. So in this case here, again, I'm not going to use all of this. I do not have the workforce to be able to manage such a large operation, but it's a really convenient way for me to use these minerals that are apparently blocking my ability to get useful things done with my isotopes. The only thing I'm hoping is that I'm not kind of blocking the construction of other stuff. Building it specifically this way. I'm not going to complete the last stage of this thing yet. I'll get some of the basics in place. Oh my god. I use mineral 3s. Okay. Glorious, isn't it? So now we gotta wire this thing up. We learned our lessons last time, so we gotta put one here, one here. I believe we need one here to cover this Entry amount. Okay, still have some left over, so now we put our storage containers in. Again, this is going to be 100% dedicated to minerals, so if this winds up filling up with like tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s, working as intended. Oh, and we ran out. So the last step would be to put a few waste receptacles and then an energy bridge. The energy bridge is the absolute last step, and I'm not ready to turn this thing on yet. But it sure looks cool once it's done. Oh wow, we're rolling in dough. Okay, let's buy the stuff that I wanted. So, mine! Storage facility. Council monument. See, I didn't want to get this, but a conversion center is a really good idea to pick up right now. So I should maybe make sure I have enough money to pay my workers, as much as it pains me to do that, because, well, what's the likelihood? I'm not going to pay my workers this time. Unless I can somehow build a conversion center and have it working before the next pay cycle. I'm just going to buy as many trucks as I can and let them pollute the atmosphere. So this is why we need storage, because this stuff happens. Oh, this is laughable. I did not realize storage facilities were this cheap. The main reason I did all of this was just so that I could start clearing out some of my storage. The plan is to completely demolish this building when I can. We're super close, too. Beautiful, isn't it? All right, so now we're going to filter the inputs. So again, this is one of the things. I'm assuming this is probably what people get into Factorio for as well. So like just building the chain so that there's only going to be tier 1 minerals that go in here. They go into the input module. They're processed. They become tier 2. You know, the box for the tier 2s are right across here. So assuming that a tier 2 is already being processed, it just moves into a box. It's ready to go. Smallest possible distances for each of the workers. And then the final output here, mineral 3, that's kind of the finished product. Ideally, that just goes off to some sort of central repository. In reality, there's just a bigger storage area beside the factory that handles most of that. But that's, you know, I'm not all that worried by it. It just sort of makes sure that there's always a place for the source. There's always there's always a basket for the input material. There's always a place for the output to go, unless things are really backed up, which generally they aren't, but you know, sometimes you get surprised. I should check to see whether or not this is at, okay, so this is within coverage. So as soon as I put down an energy bridge, it's gonna, oh, you know what? I think I did actually successfully pay my workers against my best efforts. They wound up paid. Look at that beautiful, like, this thing used to be, I mean, it's covered in garbage, but like it used to be covered in like receptacles that were filling garbage. I mean, obviously from the outside it looks horrible. Same with Rockshiner. But I don't know, I'm feeling good about it. I am really looking forward to dismantling this. Okay, there's going to be hell to pay doing this, but is the game more enjoyable now? Not so many bugs? I mean, I've always enjoyed this game, so the reason why I want to preface my comments is like I am a pretty tolerant player, and so what someone is willing to bear as far as bugs might be a little bit different from myself. But I will definitely say that Brace Yourself has done a really heroic job in terms of managing the bugs that were in the game. I think they were pretty open in terms of why things were the way that they were in the game. There was a very conscious decision, and this is one that was actually asked of the community, where should the priority go? Should it go into implementing lots of new features, and they sort of gave like a list of things that they wanted to implement? Or should it be on sort of fixing existing bugs? And people kind of wanted to see more stuff in the game, but that comes at a cost, right? It means that you spend less time fixing bugs and more time putting cool new stuff in. So a couple of updates, they sort of rolled back I won't even say the ambition, but like just sort of rolled back lots of big new features being added, and instead they were really good improvements, but sort of more incremental ones. And I think a lot of the cases, like for example, I've been playing this for about 5 hours now. I've not had a single employee standing in place, not doing their job. Definitely the stutters that were happening because, when it was raining or when the weather changed, those are gone. It doesn't mean the game is bug free. The game is still in early access, and the plan it seems to be for the game to be in early access for at least another year. But I will definitely say that if the game was a turn off for being too buggy, with always the caveat in mind that people are going to have different expectations of a game, I would definitely say that the game is significantly improved, and that it has been and that has been the result of some very specific efforts to get the game in a certain shape ready for Steam. Yeah, well, and that was just it. Like, I've definitely had a couple of runs where I really felt like I had a win that was taken away because of the way that the employees wound up working. That may or may not be true, right? Like, sometimes maybe I just don't want to admit that I lost. Bahar is not the only one. Bahar in the game, obviously not Bahar the QA rep. Bahar is not the only sore loser in Titan. But yeah, I mean, again, like, I've already kind of done this disclosure about, having been given a key for the game. I am very well disposed to Brace Yourself. I'm reasonably active on the Discord. But I would say at the very least, if you had stopped playing if you'd stopped playing the game, i.e. you've already got it because of bugs, I would highly recommend looking at it again. I mean, again, there's a new patch every month, so just getting a cadence of checking out the game every month and seeing if it's for you is probably not too demanding, and hopefully won't make you too unattracted to the game. But I really hope you enjoy it. Like, if you do play it and it's really your thing, come back. Let us know what you think, or don't. I mean, obviously it's up to you. But I love hearing what people think of. I love hearing what people think of the game, especially if they've been away from it for a while, because there's just so much in it. Okay, we are ready to dismantle the mineral side of this. Oh, that's right. It's working on something else. Well, that's fine. We can still disable the inputs. God, what happened 3 or 4 months ago? Fog of War is a huge change. It's not a bug-related change, but I think it's a really interesting one that they did. It's completely changed the way I play the game. I'll send out scout ships now, which I think is really interesting. Yeah, there's definitely been some changes, and it looks like the next few months, basically up to October, is going to be a lot of sort of ruins and artifacts focused. So I think that's going to be another interesting one. Yeah, no problem at all. Have a great night, and I hope you like Titan as much as I have, because like honestly, this has been there's a reason I was excited to stream this game on the day it came out on Steam. So we're not going to discard it, obviously. I can get rid of this relay. In fact, I think we can get rid of this storage container. I don't think I need level 1 mineral storage. It's not being used right now, at least. Okay, no input, so we'll dismantle that. There's probably going to be some local... Yeah, this is going to create some garbage, but that's life. And these relays can go. So I'm keeping these storage containers just simply because I've obviously been running into storage problems, so I don't want to I don't want to get a little too overzealous with cutting out stuff. But this at the very least is recovering some minerals, and it's taking the pressure off. So now we're we have a dedicated team over near the mine. I'm gonna have to label the new factory, but I'll do that later. How are we doing? Oh, excellent. Okay, so I can finally upgrade my defensive turret. And then we will go to tier 2 isotopes. Gonna toss out a couple of factories so that I can combine them. We're going to do the exact same thing with isotopes, and we'll be able to dismantle Rockshiner, and we will turn it into a power plant. God, livability 82. I screwed this one up big time. But again, there's no happiness in the game yet. So in this case, I just get to completely exploit the fact that everybody would hate living here, but they have nowhere else to go. My understanding is that the eventual plan is that you will have like rival corporations on the map. So, I guess a bit like games companies, you're all fighting to retain the best talent. So in this case here, like if you don't keep your people happy, then they're just going to go off somewhere else. There has been a suggestion. I don't know if this is like an official plan, but apparently there might be ships where you can like drop garbage on your... so there's ships that will carry garbage, and apparently one of your options may be to drop garbage on enemy regions, which I think is a wonderful form of unconventional warfare, and I am 100% going to build a strategy around that if that is actually true. But there's an important thing. So one of the changes that recently came into the game is the influence cap. So there's a cap of 100 until I start getting rid of rebel camps. So the question now is, how do I want to use my influence? I definitely want to start clearing out these last isotopes, because then it really forces me to start doing the whole mining thing. But I'm kind of okay right now. I've got most of my upgrades, and my problem right now is just getting power. I am, however, going to need to expand out my mine. So I'm going to definitely take out these ruins, because that's going to become a source for a new command center. Eventually I want to clear these out so I can put a roadway in. In fact, let's say, so again, storage goes here, factory here, mine here. So the road would go something like this, and I forgot to survey. So I got 30 left over. Maybe let's save up and get ready to mine these isotope patches. I could pave... I could probably pave more, but I'm not sure that's the done thing right now. If I'm going to be building a new power plant, I probably need to save... I at the very least need to save the resources to be able to make the power plant. Cool. Okay, so I'm not quite ready to get rid of these storage containers yet, but we're going to be at the point where we can finally abandon recycling. It served us well, but we have other priorities now. So the mine's going to go here, I think. Yeah, I'll put the storage here. I seem to remember storage was really cheap. Damn it. I wanted to start mining isotopes. Nope, storage is more important. So I'm prioritizing the storage because once I can get rid of recycling, I'm going to have a full storage facility dedicated to minerals, a full storage facility dedicated to isotopes. All right, that's a real shame. So the whole point of having this storage facility was that this wouldn't happen. That suggests to me a workforce problem. Get out of here. What are you doing? Go. I think I'm going to wait till these waste receptacles are filled up, and then we'll put the last step on this. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing that we did with Rock Shiner in just a minute. I think I'm going to combine for the storage facility just so I can at least get minerals off of my list of concerns. All right. Oh, and I have no mineral to... What? How does that work? I think I'm just going to sit on that for a little while. No, they weren't ready to get rid of this one. And we're out of isotopes. Okay, well that's fine. I'm actually going to get a head start on this shift then. So dismantle everything. Oh wait, I probably just threw away a bunch of No, we couldn't because we'd already turned everything into tier 3. So this is where we're gonna make the this is gonna be where we make the power plant when the time comes. But just in case. What? Oh, I know what happened. I hate that I'm doing this, but I have to because I don't have any place for my isotopes. Actually, no. Mana principle. We'll just open the waste facility for... Alright. It's a little wasteful, but this will have to do. As soon as one of these isotope things shows up, I'm building that last bit of the storage, and then we're shutting off the isotope connection here, just because I want them to all go here. And again, the idea is that these are specialized refineries. Now, it is important to note that there's tons of resources just lying on the ground here. So, chances are I'm going to send people to go mine these. But this is sort of my fallback. This is just going to give me a constant ticking source of raw materials that these factories are going to refine. And a big part of the next phase of my little enterprise here is going to be getting myself to a spot where I have enough workers to basically get 3 floors of those, constantly churning out new products. I could turn the shipyard back on, but that's just because this is buried under garbage, and nobody wants to clean it up. Okay, so this was the plan all along. We've got an industrial fan to blow away the pollution. The truck comes in here. So the idea is supposed to be that a worker will move the garbage from the residential office and residential buildings into the storage facility. This storage facility has a truck that goes in, picks up the garbage, sends it to the smokestack. It's the entire reason why it was built this way, and for whatever reason, the workers don't seem to be clearing out the garbage from this residential. That's going to have huge implications in terms of my bottom line once I have a larger workforce. But again, we'll deal with things as they come. The biggest problem with this one right now is that this road is going to take forever to build. Got 93 minerals 1, 4 minerals 2, 2 minerals 3, 2 isotopes 1, and then 119 waste. Now the good news is that because it's connected to sort of this truck network, chances are a bunch of trucks are going to come and just pick up and move all of this stuff. But it's a pain. It's what happens when I make these temporary storage buildings. It's what I got to work with. And we can now assign you to all isotopes. In fact, furthermore, this is a chance for me to just get a start on the roadway. So you don't accept isotopes anymore because they should have a proper destination. That's why I built the road, because it should be just a direct path into the storage facility, which should be handling isotopes. Almost have all of our trucks. Okay, let's try and at least get some basics down as far as these isotopes. That's kind of a natural end anyway. I'm not going to put the... So first of all, I don't believe I'm connected to the power grid. Yeah, just one shy. That's actually good to know, because I'm also going to need to power the command center, so I can stick one there at the ruins. Now, one thing that's kind of nice from a defensive standpoint is that, so turret coverage, we've already got the mine covered by sort of the mothership, like the home base. I generally like to build a turret beside the command center that I use as sort of like my forward post. So the fact that I've already got I'm going to be building a relay helps out. And I don't know, like it just generally feels that even if I don't put a whole lot into my navy, I'm just going to be able to kind of come ahead get ahead as far as like batting back the rebel threats. Again, we're playing on hard mode, so the rebels are a bit more of a serious threat to deal with. But I'm probably going to find the real challenge comes in trying to dislodge them rather than the threat that the waves give me. Although, of course, if you wait long enough with the waves, they're just going to overwhelm you, so... oh, you know what? That looks like a worker walking in place. That's the first time I've seen that, so... that's a little bit of a shame. I should probably be wrapping up sooner rather than later, but let's just see if we can dislodge that fella by... There are rumors that ancient secrets hide within the giant crevices that line Titan's surface. It's difficult to know the truth when the only people foolish enough to go looking for them rarely return. Cool. I might have even misdiagnosed the worker sort of walking in place, but it kind of felt some stuff had come to a halt, so I wanted to allow for the possibility that I needed a small refresh. I'm done waiting for these things to finish filling up. Okay, so obviously I'd like my workers to sort this out sooner than later. I'm curious why everybody's running into this place. Oh, because there's a storage container still, that's why. So they're going to want to fill that as much as possible. One other thing I should probably mention, I have 2 or 3 other floors of central storage, so if I want to put a bunch of like storage containers in there, I can. It's actually not necessarily bad because there is, it's a nice central location for a bunch of resources that I'm using. One drawback is that there isn't really there isn't a roadway to it, so I generally prefer it if people use these special facilities, but it's an option. I messed up, I didn't label these. So I filled them with minerals. So again, this is just doubling up the number of workers for 2 to 3 because it seems to go about half as fast. I didn't do the most precise timing, so it may be a little more sophisticated than that, but it's just it's the number I'm working with. and I don't think I've been punished too harshly for adopting that convention. Where did all my isotopes go? I'm gonna be kind of mad if they just vanished. Maybe I really did lose them. In that case, these become extremely important. I can't build anything else, including, by the way, the rock shiner, if I don't have isotopes. Mind you, we've also held off building these mines for so long, so it's not the end of the world. I always feel like a dummy whenever I get it reversed, so this is 3-2. That's not how it's working, but it implies that it's a breakdown rather than a build-up. Alright, so at this point we're just waiting on a tier 2 mineral so I can give this thing an output, then we'll just turn this all on and start upgrading to tier 3. I guess I need to wait for 2 tier 2s, one for the output, then one for the bridge. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very surprised that there is not a truck just grabbing these minerals and dropping them off to the storage facility. That kind of seems like something that it would do. And so far as I can tell, the only setting that you get is on the smokestack. So in this case, pick up. You can make it both. I prefer trucks, although I don't always set it. I tend to forget to set it, actually. The reason I do that is it frees up my workers to do other stuff, and I do tend to wind up, it really does feel very often that my workers are just tied up doing things that they have to do, but I don't necessarily want them to do. I suspect the reason why there's so much activity around construction is because of the big pile of stuff that needs to happen here. I think I'm okay with them spending the time. It does mean, though, that I'm probably not going to see any improvements to my minerals or isotopes for a while. But that's not terrible. Obviously it means that, I'm not going to be in a position to build that next module, but on the other hand, should I really be all that sad that I'm not able to... Oh, I completely forgot to... Oh, it still contains devices. What? Ah. I don't even remember what I was saying. Sorry. Next thing. So while they're... Again, I'm just going to let them digest their job. I'm not going to start messing with this or doing priorities or anything like that. I think they are just going to find their own pace for getting through all of this. What I want to be focusing on is dismantling Rock Shiner when I can. We more or less got the roadways that I want. If I can get an isotope, that's great to work on the storage facility. I think in reality I'm probably going to have to wait till it's tier 2. Definitely going to need to wait for tier 2 minerals, although we've got a bunch of them that will become available once the Rock Shiner's dismantled. I suppose one worry I should have is I need to start thinking about, at what point do I pull the trigger on this stuff? Because if I keep going at the pace I have right now, I'm going to wake up and find out that I don't have the minerals to be able to build these mines. So Minerals wise, I think the time has come for me to... Actually, you know what? It's not even time for me to come with the minerals because I've got 144 tier 1s and they're not being changed yet. So that we've got to deal with first for sure. Then I will consider the mineral node. And as long as that's true, it's just a question of the isotopes. So I need to make sure that I have got... at minimum 2 level 3 isotopes. As long as I have... And technically I'm already on the way to that. As long as I have that, I can do anything else. I've also already got like my full fleet for the transport hub, so I'm super happy about that. What would make me even super happier would be this. Actually, you know what? I think we're at the point now I can have a dedicated cleanup. I think I can have at least one dedicated cleanup representative. I have a feeling that probably once this roadway gets in place, this is going to be much improved. And I think once we've sort of finished this next batch of construction, we can call it a night. Yeah, just look at how many trucks just came out of there, that thing as soon as the road got connected. That is really cool to see those things slide off onto the trucks. I like that a lot. Yep, that's exactly what was happening. Like, as soon as that thing got built, everything else just fell into place. I should hold off. So I really want to get the roadways done, but in this case I need to worry about the energy plant. Oh, that's right, the energy plant needs isotopes. Guess I'm waiting on that tier 2 mineral. What's going on with you guys? Come on. It's sitting there. Oh, that's painful. Screw it, I'm gonna do the energy bridge. Oh, but you know what? No! 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 How am I gonna build the pylon? Ah! I'm going to turn this into a temporary isotope refiner. Don't do me like that. Come on, take the tier 2. Oh. The funny thing is I just need the existence of a tier 2 in my inventory to be able to assign this input. One thing I am a little surprised about... Oh, there we go. What? No! It's right there on the ground! Ah! Alright, we're waiting. Please enjoy the wiring. There we go. The funny thing is it already has the resources it needs. It's just the way it handles, like, you have to sleep now. Have a great night. Thanks, Brian. Actually, you know what? Tell you what. Do you have a second? Because I can wrap it up here, and I'd love to show everyone the cinematic. Or do you have to like properly go to bed right now? Because I can make it quick. I actually just wanted to get this isotope thing up. The rest of it I can save because it's almost 6 hours of streaming that I've done. So, in fact, tell you what, doesn't even matter if Brian's still kicking around. I gotta call it, otherwise I'm never gonna finish. So, Twitch, technically June 21st. Thanks a lot for hanging out, Brian, if you're still here. And thank all of you for hanging out. I am going to spend just another minute. I don't think I can do the... Yeah, I don't think I can redo the intro cinematic without reloading the game, but it loads pretty quickly, so... this was something I was a bit surprised to see when I loaded the game for the first time since it came out on Steam.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Yeah, it's great. The contrast between what the ad of Titan is like to the reality, the idea, I was talking about this a little bit before, that essentially every time you convert a citizen into a worker, you are going from somebody of probably exceptional ability and ambition, physically altering them so they're a permanent worker, that there's never going to be any kind of change or advancement. Actually, that's an interesting faction idea, that workers that want to better their station and just left the landfallers. I wonder if that's something they're working on. I like the visuals behind it. I like the tone. It's sometimes very different from the way that you sort of imagine the top-down perspective. It's actually one of the things I really like about these kinds of sims, is that you can wind up being a really terrible person, but because you're optimizing for a bunch of just sort of rules that the game has given you, you mean I'm the bad guy? No, that can't be it. And I don't know. I just really like that cinematic. I know for some people it might be a little simple, but I think the simplicity works, and I think they do a lot in that setup. But I am twice the length of my normal streams. I gotta go to bed, and I gotta make sure that I do work tomorrow. So for those of you that still stuck around, thank you. Particularly when I say I want to show something at the end, it's a bit of it's kind of a mean thing for me to, turn around and, not, I don't know, like just to be able to like not finish on time is tough. I've actually noticed there's also very few people still hanging around. So thank you very much for all of you who did stick it through. We're going to be back. If you like the vodcasts tomorrow, 7:00, there's a new episode of Morrowind. There is thank you, Isaacson. Yeah. I was going to, there's so much I can talk with you about it. I hope you liked it, but, yeah, no worries. I mean, I might just be one that I really like too, but I like everything about that. I like everything about that trailer. But yeah, if you like my Elder Scrolls stuff, that's tomorrow at 7. Wednesday, I'm going to be back. I'll probably do Phantom Brigade as much as I want to do more Industries of Titan. We did just get a new update for Phantom Brigade. I'm just going to need to find the time to balance those two. I am going to be doing some more Industries of Titan stuff for VODs, and I'm going to do my best to find the time to record it and get it done right. And then I also need to find time to do Hollow Knight stuff. So Friday, we're almost certainly back to Cloudpunk, another voxel cyberpunk style game. And again, just it's a wonderful problem to have so many good games to play. But I definitely don't want to leave Hollow Knight hanging. So I will 100% be back on that fairly quickly. Now, there's a lot of people streaming Industries of Titan. But there is somebody who I found through Brian on the Rocks that I would love to show you. And I think it's just also because if it was a big host, I'd love to be able to pass that on to more Industries of Titan. I think at this point here, if you want to watch Industries of Titan, you know where to go. There's people with 1,000 followers, 1,000 viewers streaming it right now. I'm sure they will all do a fine job with the game. But I would like to host Static Saturn, who is currently streaming Operation Tango, which I have not heard of. And, every once in a while, it's nice to be able to host somebody who's sort of trying to establish themselves on Twitch. And tonight, that's going to be who we host. So again, for some of you, I will see you tomorrow for the vodcast. For those of you who only like the live stuff, that is Wednesday. And for those of you waiting for Stellaris, that will be next Monday. And then Friday for Cloudpunk. Until next time, thank you. Oh, wait, we still have time for... The countdown's still happening. Sorry. Yes. And of course, another one. Big thank you to Brace Yourself Games for letting me play this. I am incredibly grateful that I got a chance to do this because I feel like it's a game that is a very good fit for me. Anyways, please treat Static Saturn well. I hope you have fun, and I'll see some of you Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, or next week for Stellaris. Until then.